recording started. So hello, YouTube. Welcome on into another Eden Lust episode. Where we'll find... I need to actually find...
Hold on 1 second. Hello, brother.
I need to find...
I joined the pile.
Somebody to find out if a thing is...
Yes!
Oh, I also need to...
We're gonna start an air conditioning business.
You're gonna power all the windmills in the area.
I mean, I'm already basically, like, part of the way there because of this. So...
Oh shit, you managed to steal it. Nice.
Okay.
On a side note, I found it extremely funny last episode when I was, doing the denture out thing that Simon could still understand what Paz was saying, but fucking Kez is just sitting there like, and Simon's just like, yeah, no, they just said this, and I was like, that's a good boy, Simon. That's a good boy.
Learning how to understand denture speak or just saying we can't understand. What's easier for Simon?
Yep, exactly. And then I just realized that I forgot to fucking look up Tai Chi stuff again. Ah!
She actually fell down at one point and couldn't get
One of these days I'll remember. Okay, so the person who I needed to ask if a thing was gonna happen isn't here.
I'm gonna get my full body.
I don't remember. Oh, you had
We
it.
want people to have 5 or 10 minutes to get in their spots.
Yeah. 5.
Delay, but I know
Okay.
OCD.
The
transport
for sure.
Oh, I like
nice.
it.
Oh, yeah.
You're now the Ice King. I know ice isn't your element, but
I like
hello.
the lab coat aesthetic with it too.
Supreme?
That's a good
Yeah,
time.
that's me. I'm the big
His
I'm the
thought
big
was
nerd.
literally if he's
Well,
gonna save somebody,
master
Maybe a
nerd.
small nerd, but
he wants him to be like,
Perfect.
this person isn't terrifying, you know?
Elite
This is
nerd.
her first thought.
We are one step closer to solving the Millennium Puzzle.
Opposite of me being in like a full military
Well,
like I'm here
By
to
which
kill
we
you.
mean he learned
He's here to
absolutely
save
nothing
you.
other than if you just spin it around, nothing happens.
Yeah. Well, it's like
Which,
think
you know,
about it.
good
Like
in itself.
you find something that spins. Congratulations. It's like it's not like clicking.
I like to think of the
Right,
7
like,
hours they worked this past week. They were just like checked every single permutation of like if you twist this,
It's like,
well, you do
okay,
this.
Bop
this,
it.
A
this.
millimeter of twist. Okay, push all the other ones. Nope, nothing. A millimeter of twist. Push everything. Nothing. Just like repeat for 4 hours straight.
Yep.
Yep.
With laser focus.
When we've been talking about it, it's really fun thinking about the fact that the twins are basically just psychos compared to most of the candidates. Like the fact that we could just sit there and work on stuff like that.
I mean,
Oh,
it makes
just-
sense.
We have multiple
Monotonous
part-time
guys.
jobs.
Quick question.
We have.
One of my
Oh, God, you
trackers
do. That's true.
unsynced. I need to dramatically quickly resync it. How the fuck do I do that again?
Dramatically resync it?
You have to go into the Steam VR minibar thing, like on the
That
bottom,
has, like, the little icons.
window. You should be able to connect the tracker through there.
Yeah, you can turn it off and then turn it on.
You just press the
Otherwise,
button on the
you
tracker
can-
when it turns off.
It's not synced at all. Is what I'm saying. I don't think it's
Okay.
paired.
No, but I mean,
Get your
Oh,
get your
is what
USB-C,
color is
plug it into
what
the
color is the
tracker, plug
light?
it into the computer.
What color is the light on the
See?
tracker
and you got
itself?
to immediately get
It's
science.
Okay,
Moments.
if it's blue,
How what?
all you have
On
to
the
do,
first week
as
of us
we were
doing this.
saying,
Yeah.
is go to
We
the
got
little
what?
mini
what?
Steam
The
VR
green
menu,
orb.
Oh yeah.
You get the funny award.
like one of the trackers
Yeah,
say
that
pair
came
tracker,
that came straight from.
and then you'll have to choose a different type,
Congratulations, guys.
and
you
then select
uncovered it.
vibe tracker.
I see.
Hold the button,
It's also,
and then
although to
until
be,
it starts flashing blue.
it wouldn't get, it didn't get added to the
hold the
list.
button on your
When it's
foot.
flashing blue,
Because-
let go.
No, I know.
And then
Paz,
she's
I
like,
assume
green,
immediately
what's
was
up
like,
with
oh, and then I
we're
need to
taking
go work
this.
on this.
Yeah, exactly.
But what were they drawing?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's basement talk.
That's something you may or may not find out at some point. Good luck.
Is it still flashing?
Kaz would be extremely
still
secretive
flashing.
about it
What
if
is
you guys.
happening?
Have everyone please
Oh, yeah.
start gathering at the
Plug it
front,
into the
please.
computer
Please start
directly
gathering at the
if
front.
That's not working. While pairing it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happening?
The other thing you could do is
we're talking about. Oh no, they come and go.
That's a real sad meows.
I know we have a button. We have a process for the buttons.
Get it right.
Oh, it's
Well,
the.
last time.
Yeah, okay, that's still broken. Okay.
I'll explain it anyway, because some people weren't here.
Macho's back, yeah. Some people are missing, some people are here.
Alright,
His
everyone.
normal-
Keys. Eyes front, eyes front.
Wasteland Glass Panic?
Exactly. That's
I think Macho had some
Morning
internet
announcements.
issues or computer issues.
If you want to imagine, I wasn't able to get to this
Alright.
week when it comes to this stuff. Probably gonna
First
try to figure out
and
something next week.
foremost, our menu is working again. Thank our lovely map team for working and getting that sorted for us, so you can use your menu as normal as expected. Hooray. Those of you who weren't here didn't have to deal with it last time, but it was annoying.
Ah.
No longer an issue. Also, those who weren't last time, we now have a bell system in the map. If you hear the bell, 1 time is RP start. 3 times is the school opening. 2 times is the school closing. Okay. As well as the entertainment district will open every day after the school closes.
Yeah, we had a couple of people with tech issues.
Teachers who are abound, we will be starting in a teacher meeting today, so go into the school's meeting room on the first floor on the right. And I believe that might be everything. Any other stuff? Yes, no?
Sweet works for me.
Do you have any questions, anyone?
Can I be there?
I need to talk to you later on.
I have a question.
Sure.
Right.
You have to pull down the trigger to increase or decrease the
No.
spin. Try both hands. Your pinky's up.
Alright, if there's no other questions, go get to your places. We're gonna try and start in like
No.
4
Shit.
minutes.
Okay.
If you don't know your spaces,
Savage. Savage! Yo. We're starting in a teachers meeting, so we'll be in the conference room inside the school.
Oh, did they fix the thing? Okay, no, they didn't.
No, they did.
Okay,
It's fixed.
cool.
What is it? What is it now?
Left hand, and it should be one of the buttons.
I have no
I don't,
idea.
what do you have an index?
I'm having people tell me to.
I'm using Vive.
Oh,
I'm stinky.
I don't know what the Vive button to open is.
What is it? What is it on the index?
B.
Okay. She told me last week.
Hmm.
So you hold it kind of like
Okay.
near your head and you hit B.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I
I don't know if
what
that's
it is.
even a setting.
The teacher meeting's the
Does anybody
know.
else still use Vives anymore? I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who uses the Vive controllers.
you might be. You might very well.
I think I'm the only person who fucking uses them. I don't like my indexes. I don't know. Okay, I did it with the tab menu. It's fine.
Okay, yeah,
I just use my
you
keyboard.
do tab. Yep. So
Okay,
yeah,
so what-
inside of the academy, it'll be
Alright,
the
correct.
conference
It's
rooms
just
that are
part, yeah.
straight to the right of the entrance.
It's just parted.
Yeah. So that's the. I'm looking for the. I'm trying to remember it.
Okay, here it is. The Warden Corps Academy. There we go.
Yep.
Like Todd, Alec.
Good to see you.
Listen, there's like a group. Todd asked me to skip them, so I'm not doing that.
Good to have you back, by the way.
Yeah.
Glad you're glad you're able to finish your
reboot.
stuff.
You finished my what?
Glad you were able to finish some of your stuff, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, so I was like kind of good for the summer. I didn't have a lot that was going on, but I got like hyper focused on a fucking book series.
Mhm.
And I joined the fandom and I did all this shit. And then after that, I started working on my own book because I was inspired. And now I'm making an audiobook on YouTube.
Oh yeah, dude.
So that's kind of what I've been occupied with, and sometimes I'm just like, well, I say sometimes. Most of the time I would get to Sunday and I'd be like,
I don't know.
Understandable.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Like I did RP like nonstop for like 2.5 years. Fucking Ascension Academy was like 3 times a week. This shit was crazy.
I mean, for a while. Yeah.
God, that was nuts, dude. I don't know why I did that.
Hey, you want to know what happened? I killed
What?
a
It was
motherfucker.
like 3 times a week for.
Oh, did you?
Straight.
Yeah, now I'm in jail.
Yeah, dude, that was crazy. I would do like McDonald's.
How we survived?
Yeah, I would do like McDonald's closing shift.
Well, no.
I'd be exhausted, covered in oil. I'd come home and get in Ascension Academy. That shit
Not
was
only did you
crazy.
guys do 3 times a week, but you guys were doing like 6 to 8 hours every day.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit. Oh. Ascension Academy affected my job performance.
It's got super intense music right now. I don't know if it's needed.
Probably not.
Super intense and
I mean, we
ominous
might be
music. I don't know if it's
discussing the
needed for a
mission,
teacher meeting.
so ominous might be right.
Ultimate boss
Like it's all
battles,
fucking heavy
meetings.
bass.
Alright, well, let's suit up one so we
Like
can
it's a
actually
horror
hear
movie.
shit.
Like Inception?
Oh, okay. But yeah, I was talking to Miss Universe like a week ago, and I was like, hey, I've released 2 chapters of my audiobook. The 3rd one's coming out next Friday. Signal boost me, and they're like, yes. I'm like, okay, great. So people might start hearing about it now.
Awesome.
What was happening?
For everybody who's watched it, they said they
Send me
love
the link
it.
at
They
some
said they
point.
love it. Yeah, sure. Hold on. I'll make a note of it now, otherwise I'll forget it.
Just call
Fair,
your name
fair.
real quick. Fuck!
I don't know, warm me up.
Yeah, sure, dude.
It's a sci-fi series about space furries.
You know, somehow I'm not surprised.
I was rocking 11 frames in Spawn, but that was with
Okay,
everyone else.
in my defense, in my defense, it's not actually. It's more about like
And then suddenly I just looked up and died.
It said no
I
space.
was just staying.
No. It is
It's
about.
about
Resolution down to 70.
these raptors called the Balor
I was doing-
who
I was doing the
who
face,
started
though.
like a conflict with all the other species in the galaxy. It's fucking great.
Like,
Oh,
like just
you're
straight
doing
up.
okay. I get you.
Actually, that's good to know. Is my
It's like a combat opera, yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Action adventure.
Hmm.
God, I wish I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Don't they hit me with the bell?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No.
What do you mean, no, Norset?
It's not a good morning yet. Not there.
And when will it be?
I could agree.
We are still alive.
Truly.
You have to work
It's
for
not a
it.
good morning till you've had your tea.
That's true.
I feel like just
It's pretty time for that this morning. You know. You're right.
You can have a seat, General. I believe Clink may be finding himself busy over the next week or so, working on a couple of operations for the council, so he may not be here today. However, there are a few things we need to discuss ahead of an operation that our candidates will be undertaking for the council. I had Dusk take over last week briefly, so that I could attend a meeting with all 5 of the council members. In that meeting, we discussed what they would like us to do in the coming months. Some of you are familiar of the ruins of Vanderhall, yes?
Yes.
Some of us very intimately so, as 20 years ago, Reinhold was involved with the evacuation of Vanderhall upon its shieldfall.
Unfortunate
Right after the festival is concluded, we will be passing by Vanderhall's ruin on our migration path. Vanderhall was the location of the Scaled Tyrant, a calamity class that up until about 2 months ago was making the region quite dangerous. However, has now been subjugated by the recent team of titled wardens sent from the Maximum Agreement and the Azalea Accord, as well as the ICC. As such, the ruins are ripe for exploration, as well as securing what remains of what actually happened in Vanderhall 20 years ago. The area is believed to be low danger. However, there are specifics that I have found out through other means that make me think that Vanderhall may hold other secrets upon it. To that end, we must make sure our candidates are fully prepared to encounter not only typical Magibeast, but also any other oddities they may come across. In the coming weeks, I intend for you, Braggy, to have a lesson over the regional Magibeast around Vanderhall, as well as Paz and Dusk, more than likely, to go over the specifics of ancient runes that they may come across so they do not accidentally activate anything should the ruins of Vanderhall be explored in its full depth.
Is there any reason to think that there might be bandits or other third-party interests there when we arrive?
A fair guess. There is another specific of Vanderhall that is not public and not well known to the Council. This is for all of you, and this does not leave this room until we can confirm it. The Calamity class Scaled Tyrant was a Fire Elemental Calamity class. However, when it was subjugated, it was Water Elemental in type. We have never seen a Calamity class evolve in such a way. However, those of you who were at Runewald very clearly saw creatures evolve in very unique ways. I believe in Runewald it was a fire type. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
If it is true that Vanderhall holds some connection to the Water Shrine, as I'm calling it, then there is very likely the possibility that Raiden may have interest there as well, as they had in Runewald. We cannot have that be an aftersight. There are others who want these shrines as much as we do.
I could see how that could be potentially problematic. Considering last time.
No! Do not slip off your chair now.
Somebody put a very slippery whoopee cushion on it.
We'll prepare them for a lot of what they're going to be dealing with.
Save for a possible few surprises in this shrine. If it is there.
We need to be ready for a number of potential surprises, which means I'll need teaching staff on direct hand and with direct knowledge of our cadets, ready to split off into teams if things go awry.
Would you like me to also prepare a team for standby of wardens as well?
In Reinhold, yes, to lay in wait. If something goes terribly awry, we will radio you for your assistance. It'll be good to make sure we have backup.
Especially, not saying this group here isn't experienced, but having more people with experience as well could never hurt. That way you aren't spread too thin.
Indeed. To that end, Talus, should the worst come, I hope you are well prepared. You are our final get-out card if need be.
I will make sure I'm ready in case such things are needed.
Very good.
You better not leave me out of this one. You already denied one rune from me.
This time I believe you'll be coming in full haste with all of your materials. Given that you're already studying things in the Rudewald situation, having a pair of eyes on whatever we find in Vanderhall would be nice.
Very good, very good.
And know that Clink and Dusk, all of you personally experienced what went down in Runewald. The three of you have direct knowledge of this regenesis and what it means. If we can see if a similar phenomenon is occurring and, in fact, is around Vanderhall, perhaps we can study it better.
Yes, and this time there won't be natives to conduct a civil war. Oh,
yes, indeed. That leaves us with preparing our candidates. Reginald, Hayden, Braggy, Andrea, to an effect. Make sure that all the gear equipment is ready, they have prepared their foci, that they have all the training they need to survive in the waste and stay alive in the waste. These next few weeks will be crucial on them.
We'll make sure to put them up to date with their new set of arms in the inn. They've been the first part of all.
I think today's class will be useful in starting that position. Dusk, you will be leading in our tactics course, and we will be placing mentors upon each of the tuning types. Each of us can train them directly in how to fight in the style that they are expected, but also how to prepare their arms in that style as well.
Very well.
Any questions before we start getting today prepared? Very good.
Is there anything you want us to impart onto them?
Each of you were chosen as instructors at this
particular.
academy based upon your particular skills as well as your deposition as a warden in and of itself. Your personal accounts will be far more effective than anything I could tell you to tell them. Just be yourselves. That's why you were chosen, and I trust that that will give them the motivation they need. Any other questions? Very well. Dismissed for now. I'll see you all at assembly.
Understood.
These are exciting times, Norsey. Exciting times indeed.
That's just a little queer Clink.
Oh,
so I need to make
yeah.
sure that
Yeah.
candidate Billy.
Absolutely.
I feel like they probably
Oh.
a little bit too much.
The last time that we explored a shrine, we found out that the world is irreparable.
Mechanical Bay.
Oh, that's where you might be both wrong and correct at the same time.
Is there something medically wrong?
There's
Okay.
hope yet. Fix that which cannot be fixed. Oh yes, oh my.
Candidate Bailey has been assisting with too many people's arms creations.
I am glad you are so enthusiastic about it.
How can you not be?
I'm going to head to the mechanical bay and make sure Clink is clear.
Fascinating stuff, Norsey. Fascinating stuff. More to learn. It's the way that it should be.
Aldris?
Yes, Lazarus.
I know you are aware.
Seems like today's gonna be a busy day. There's one thing this boy needs for busy days, and that's tea.
shortly after the festival. So a little over 2 months from now.
I know I'll be using him as
A
well.
Runewald
There's
breakfast
something I
blend
wish
isn't
to
all
try
that
him
good,
to
though.
teach them as well
I
with
wish they
my
had better things here.
usual lessons that you are aware of. So,
I
your
think
tanks
we
have
could
agreed.
Make sure
Your morning
that
delivery.
everyone consents and that they don't end up dead. That's all I ask.
They've already given their
We
consent.
should really not
And
allow people in the school before the day opens, because
Your training and
we just talked about some real secret shit, and if people are allowed in the
No,
school,
I need Ares there for the speed. Ader is there for the healing after.
He is within.
Ares
He may
is
be
very
in
good.
A meetings too.
Yes.
If you wait,
Yes,
you'll catch him.
I see.
Yes, sir.
And I will continue preparing my ideas, especially with Talia's fear. I don't know what you have in mind, especially for them, but I can figure it out over there.
Good morning, Joel.
I think
I'm
most
going to be
likely
slowly
today,
seeing the information through these
I'll
students.
be able to
I already have
actually
a few
teach
who
them
know
the
a bit of
basics of
it.
being a tank.
There are a few others I
Be
intend
ready
to
to
reach
start
out to
your
today.
lesson.
Oh,
My
well,
hope
don't feel
is that
pressured
when
if
we
you don't
tell
need to do it
all
now.
of them,
If you need to
it
take a
won't be
moment,
such a
yeah.
horrible surprise.
Rub his headed
They'll have time
seats.
to have processed it and ready
Shut up,
to go.
Slilah.
I have questions. Now that they've started
Just rub it for
thinking
good
about
luck,
their
okay?
arms
That's all.
And playing with their cores.
Actually, when you have that, may I be there? I wish to hear their
I
answers,
brought
how
up
they
a
decide to
curious
respond to you with it.
approach he is taking to his arms.
Oh?
Yes.
He is installing
think it'd be
multiple
beneficial for you to
foci
be there.
cells for absorbing
I have a
electrical
couple
charge.
things I need to discuss throughout town. I have some
That is
important things
not
on my
unlike
plate at the
several
moment.
avenues we have pursued.
But I know you have lessons, so I'll let you do your lessons and then
I am also
find me
aware
when you
that
can.
there is
we can discuss it whenever.
And we
a
had
psychologist
burnt
firm
out
in the
several of
city.
them already.
Might not be a bad idea
Oh,
to
maybe
check
I
in.
can.
If
Work
we do have
calls.
others
See you
individuals
around,
dealing
Raz.
with some of this trauma for some one-on-one discussion.
I suggested that he acquire more from the department store due to the membership discount.
Morning.
Oh,
You waiting to speak to Valdris?
I see. Okay, not expected. I don't. How did you know I was waiting here?
I heard commotion.
Okay. Good. Follow me.
You know as well as I do that many a warden
Good
join
morning.
this profession for that.
Good morning.
The only way they're going
General.
to change
I
their
hope it's
minds
eating
is
you
through
well.
combat, generally.
Yes.
Once they see the state of the world, they understand that their pettiness
Your
will only
target
get in
has
the
been
way of what they need to do.
Delivery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
I think experience will mold them better than I ever could. It's always been the way,
Thank you.
and it's worked well so far.
Yes.
I'll check the mechanical bay.
I believe
Do you
Clink
have any
is held up.
order deliveries to
Complete.
complete?
All right.
You may not
Car was
find
not
them.
open this morning.
Soliloquy.
Sometimes
I
he is
see.
a late riser,
Yes.
or he closes due to his health.
You remember the incidents in Runewald well, I assume.
A job well done, then,
Yes.
Professor.
Sir.
We have an upcoming... Well, the students' first foray will be in Vanderhall. And there are some similarities to that situation. I will intend for you to be ready to note down what you can, so we can find if, in fact, Vanderhall does hold one of these shrines.
Understood.
I will give you and Clink the full details later, as I prepare things before the lesson today. But, if you can, prepare for a lesson tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, apologies. Next week. That will go over the creation of their vehicles for the wasteland. All the
Understood.
parts should have arrived by then, so they should be able to begin work.
Is there anything else you'd like me to do in the meantime as well?
Ready our own equipment and make sure that the wardens who are here on station have their vehicles tuned. I'd rather make sure that they
What's a weird statement?
are able to get to us in the wasteland quickly if something does go awry.
Understood.
you have something, Paz?
Two quick things. One, perhaps next time, let's make sure that school is still closed when we start talking about sensitive topics. I believe some of the students got in, and I wouldn't want any of them to freak out about things they may overhear. The other thing is, well, I would like to speak to you, or at least show you a thing we have uncovered. Doesn't have to be right now, it can wait till after class.
I will see if I can make myself available. I have a rather busy schedule, but if anything, you can show me throughout the week if it is not too terribly pressing.
It is, interesting. Whether or not it is pressing, well, I am not sure.
Very well. I'll try and make the time. Yes, Baggy.
Just a single question for you. Do you think this mission in the shrine is going to be a good opportunity to find a spy?
It may very well be. Though in truth, it's not been a lot of clues in that avenue in some time.
Yes, but I can't really do it on my own without some form of, you know.
Don't worry about that, yo. Salilah's just being Salilah.
To be honest, if the spy is part of any faction that I believe they are, even if they know, it might not matter. Or, once it gets to that point, it won't matter. Once they understand what we're doing.
Hey, what's up, Noah?
They are in fact from Argus, even if they are adverse to us. I cannot think that they would want to hinder what we're planning. It would only benefit them. And that would be at a disinterest to all of us, including whoever they're spying for. Ultimately,
You happy? Well, I'm glad you're happy. Good to hear. At least somebody's got to be happy around here, right? I had a Korean barbecue last night, so that made me happy. So much meat consumed.
Such is the benefit of being inside a city instead of outside.
Perhaps I should speak with Stitch at some point.
Morning!
Good morning, Paz.
You two are here
Good
rather
morning,
early
Paz.
today.
Yes.
I had deliveries
sister had completed
to
her deliveries.
Reginald and Braggy.
Fair.
They are now complete.
Neither was in the dorm this morning.
Yes, we had a, let's just call it early morning meeting.
So we found.
How industrious.
You will have some exciting trips coming up soon, yes, oh my.
Research
Oh,
trips?
good.
Oh, a little bit. Perhaps a little bit more dangerous than just that, but I believe you two will find it fascinating.
Yes.
We
Even hearing about it is fascinating.
will look forward to it.
I will let Valdris explain it to you when the time comes, but, well, you two have a keen eye for certain things, so do make sure you keep them open. Of course, I will be attending as well, because I will not let them keep me out of this one.
I see.
Hmm.
I hope we have the opportunity to see you in action.
Oh, I sure
Yes.
hope I do not have to raise a finger. That is what you are all there for. I do believe my bones will break pretty easily like they did when I punched, well, Reginald in the face.
He does seem very sturdy for an organic.
Indeed.
Well,
But our cohort has a high number of tanks, so the
yes,
danger to your person should be minimized.
very good. I look forward to seeing what all of you can do in battle, or at least, well, how you conduct yourself on your first outing.
Battle is one part of exploration and salvage. Usually, in our circumstances before this, it has been one that we have completely avoided. That is part of why the keep has been instrumental. Evasion is ideal, unless suppression is the actual objective.
It is also different when you are in a large group versus just a few of you. Harder to hide everyone you see.
Yes, we have been part of caravan trips. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to hide the entire caravan. That is what wardens on those trips are for.
Cumbersome.
Very much so. But important. Never forget, those caravans are the very lifeline of all of us still alive.
Of course. We would not be here without them.
As obnoxious as they may be sometimes. Don't even get me started on that. Well, do look forward to your classes today. I think it will be very informative. Good.
I see.
And I just do want to thank you, too, for the assistance in this past few weeks. It has been quite helpful.
You were quite animated. It was nice to see.
Oh, it is always a joy when I get to do fun things and not just writing out another form about requisitions and flowcharts and ugh. I swear one of these days I'll have to hire an accountant.
I see. Noted.
Noted.
Yes. Well, go about your day. Don't worry about old paths. I will speak to you all later on.
Understood.
Understood.
Of course.
Take care, Paz.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Don't miss the rings of the bell. Of course, you are already where you're supposed to be, so...
Yes, I had just thought of that. It would be very difficult.
What, yo-ho-ho? People don't say that right? Yes. Yes. Very much so. They are, in fact, mice. Yeah, they're good. They're good. I like them. I am glad that they are a pair that has one of the pairs that have, expressed interest in some of the stuff that we're doing. Basically, so for those of you who don't know, they are getting paid every day that they work with, so essentially think about it this way. We have a room, vault, whatever you want to call it, full of stuff that may be interesting, right? But, only so much of it has been worked on because, things are busy. So there's a limited amount that's been cataloged and cleaned off and ready to be experimented on. And so they are there to expand that amount and then also just to do a little bit of experimentation on various items to see if we can get them to work.
Yes, Simon?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have some of the reports you wanted from the week.
Very good.
Could I just leave them on your desk in the library?
That depends. How confidential are they?
The normal stuff.
Oh, yes, you can just leave them there.
Okay.
Simon, we have made a breakthrough in that translation stuff. That is good. Cryptic as it may be still. Simon! I have something to show you, Simon. Take a look.
He's going to pull out, it's a green orb that has an image of a silver-haired elf who's etching something onto a piece of stone that looks very much like one of the runes that you drew.
What is this, sir?
That's a very good question, Simon. We found it in our stuff to be cleaned and experimented on. The particular etching being of note there. Look familiar to you?
It's hard to tell from the small image, but it seemed a similar style. Yes, sir.
Yes, Simon. I don't know what it means, mind you. But interesting nonetheless. Curious. You were one of the, folks in the Runewald ruin, were you not, Simon?
Yes, sir. There was evidence, for lack of a better word.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, for lack of a better word, evidence of an elfin figure being involved with the project.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. You all saw visions or something?
It's kind of the only way to describe it.
But the worrying thing, Simon, or strange thing, is this particular object was not pulled out from a ruin anywhere near Runewald. So the question begs, how is the place where this was from and where you all went to are connected?
Was it discovered in the wastelands or in another city?
In the wastelands.
Perhaps it was somewhere that was closer to where Runewald and its ruins were originally, then?
It was found in some large city ruins somewhere else. Not quite near them. But perhaps it could be the same still. Something to ponder at least. Well then, Simon, let's go see what the classes will be about. Simon, we will be heading
Yes, sir.
to another set of ruins similar. I will see if we can get you there. Your ability to take meticulous notes will come in handy.
Are you certain, sir?
Potentially. It is not supposed to be high risk, Simon, but we'll see, we shall see.
The same ruins from the recent report, then?
The one in Vendor Hall. The ones that are more watery.
Are you prepared to go someplace like that so soon?
Oh, it won't be for at least another month, Simon. The candidates need to get their equipment in order first. I won't force you to go, Simon, but if I can get you there, I would want you there.
Some of them have even changed the color of their uniforms.
Thank you, sir.
I guess they did.
Yes, Simon!
Them in whatever way they
I
like.
believe you will have a role to play in things yet.
Hello.
I'll show you the shell later I worked on basically all week.
Okay.
Battery's nowhere near to working though, but that's different.
That may take some time.
No reason of his own, of course.
Don't be late.
Right.
Family stuff sucks.
Yeah.
Family stuff sucks until you don't have any left. At which point it
Exactly.
becomes sad.
Holy shit! I did not need that today.
Oh yes, oh my! Simon, do not forget, at this point, you're as much of an expert on those places as anybody else.
Good morning!
Morning!
Morning.
Morning!
Morning.
We'll wait till
Morning.
we no longer see Eddie.
Good morning!
Good morning, you two.
Good morning.
Good morning, officers.
Good morning, Simon.
Morning, pals.
Morning! Simon, if you would put the notes in one of the drawers at my desk, that would be very useful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, this way. I forgot it was this way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, come on, let's get it moving.
pretty
Thank you.
gorgeous.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Of course.
The clothing is sometimes better in the wasteland too, since it absorbs all the heat and doesn't go to you.
I thought we would make you hotter.
Well, if you wear all white clothing, where else will the heat go? The light reflecting goes back to you.
Unless you're
Makes you hotter. Great. Thanks, Evie.
Leon is back.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we start off with the teacher meeting this morning, so we couldn't do anything.
Candidates, eyes front. We have a few announcements today, as well as our first of many tactics classes that will be led by Instructor Dusk. Firstly, over the next few weeks, we will be drilling a number of different trainings into you, because we have been assigned our first deployment. Shortly after the festival, the entirety of the Academy will be deployed to the ruins of Vanderhall, of which our Academy's migration path will cross by in roughly 2 months' time. That means that you should expect active combat with real Magibeast at that time. Prepare your arms and get your equipment ready.
Yeah, I don't know
These are
exactly
no
where
longer
they
games.
brought it from.
These creatures will
I wouldn't be
go
surprised if
for
it
your
was out there.
life. You will have lessons in combat, in survival in the wasteland, as well as the specific Magibeast that you will encounter in the region ahead of your departure. This is the last chance any of you have to withdraw before you see this active combat for yourselves. Barring that, Candidate Leon, it's good that you have made your way back. Following your lessons today, you are to find me. So we will be having a long discussion.
Yes, sir.
Instructor Dusk, your class.
Yeah, I think it was Majora's Mask as well, yeah. Yeah, because some people were like, oh, that's going to give me some PTSD.
Everyone. I hope your studies have been well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Good.
Aye, sir.
Very good. Now, today's lesson will be sort of cooperative, as there will be mentors assigned to all of you. Roles are the primary definition of what you can do in battle. Your chosen roles will also determine how you perform in and out of combat. Each one of you over the next coming weeks and months will begin to learn techniques, skills, and spells to help you become something extraordinary. Wardens. Hayden and I will also begin putting you through drills, starting this week, so you can begin to get used to your new physicality. As attuning with your cores now grants you many quirks. As for today's lesson, we'll be separating you amongst the mentors here to go over the understanding of roles, how your arms will come into play, and in relation to what spells can assist you in completing that role. Warden trainees, please group up and separate with the respective professors. Principal Valdis, if you may step forward. He will be handling the gunners. All of you will find him after this and meet with him. Perhaps share some stories he has, and any questions about the role you may have. Bragi, you will handle the tanks. And likewise, please, everyone who is wishing to fill that role, meet with Bragi. Casters, you are with me, of course. Support, you will meet with Professor Reginald. Specialists with Professor Tallis, and fighters with Professor Hayden. Please, Professor, step forward so they can easily find you. We will be spreading out throughout this room. And there is no time limit. Feel free to ask away, and as soon as your group is done, you will be dismissed. The other professors, feel free to float around, lend your ear and/or voice, as you see fit, to help with questions. Very good. Find your mentor, all of you.
Yes, sir. Who's gonna be in the fighter room? We're gonna be on that corner.
We'll go join the fighters.
We're going to be going right back there.
Come on,
In between the
my,
bleachers?
I didn't
Oh,
realize
hi.
we... Yes.
There's so many.
As that being percentage of the bickering gag, yeah, pretty much.
Not going to complain.
What's up?
I suppose we should take a corner.
An exact hand of you.
Wow, there's like no fighters. What the fuck?
We'll wait for Tallis to separate, and we'll begin. Feel free to sit on the floor.
A secondary class that will be going towards any of the others. Feel free to also approach them afterwards. Many of them will also be dealing with the sense of being a fighter, but also being a support, a tank, or a caster later on. So don't be surprised by the numbers at the most of the time. You will be combining mostly the efforts of my teachings alongside either Braggis, Dusk, Talus, Reginald's, or even Baldris later on. As well, you know, your arms can be modified, or your fighting style can be changing throughout the course of time. I originally was a caster before, but now I am classified as a fighter due to my situation. As you can see, well, it doesn't matter if you're going to be dealing with individuals as Magivis, people, gang members. You all need to understand that there's limitations of what you all can do. There's positions and formations. As the starters, during the drills we had before, you all noticed that you were placed in a specific pattern. Tanks in the front, taggers later on, casters, supports, and so on and so on. It is to understand that you need to make sure that you respect these formations as much as possible. You are the ones who eliminate the threat. The ones that are closest up to you and your allies. To keep that in consideration, your arms must be lethal. What in that sense, you need to do the most damage as possible, up close. If you have any means to do so long range as well, please do so, but keep in mind your surroundings. In that sense,
I'm
if you have
surprised
anything in
Milo is
particular that you would
classifying
like
as a
to know,
fighter.
please ask freely. Is there anything you all have, like doubts, considerations, or anything that you are wondering about your arms specifically?
So I would say, as a fighter, the attuning to it, the best type of magic we should focus on is, I would assume, melee type. So that way we can deal it fast and up close.
There's many things that you can do with the attuning in this sense. Many of you would have known that your reflexes, your strength, your stamina has increased exponentially. Many of you already have seen it in action as you have been dealing with like your daily jobs. Now you no longer lose your breath after a long day of work. Now it is easy as breathing. It is to keep in mind that these kind of things will be happening on the field, but you will be put into very arduous task. You will be fighting against higher numbers constantly, and that is to keep in mind that you always need to make sure not to exhaust yourself just because now you have a power-up.
Right.
Every little thing matters, as in consideration with anything that is involving your arms, anything that involves in physical enhancing would be the first step as an attacker. There's going to be enemies that are going to need a little bit of extra kick for you to deal with. So general training physically would be my first recommendation. Running, just lifting weights, or any of the sorts that can even help you with training the muscle of the brain with your reflexes, memory, and all that sorts.
I guess I will ask, at least, unless any of you have questions. I have a ton, but if you guys have anything to say, please.
If you have tons, go.
How about we do it this way? We'll be in order. So, you asked your question, now yours. Arthur?
Oh, I guess my question would be,
There are a lot of fucking supports.
When-
Holy shit. Might be too many supports, honestly.
God, I'm losing it. I guess in your
Good number of
opinion,
tanks. It's fine.
when would be the best time to let the tanks deal with, I guess, tanking, and while you just dealing with whenever something attacks you? Just a...
Usually it's depending on the reaction levels of whoever's issuing the orders. Tanks should always be the first defensive walls against enemies. They are the ones who need to be the most alert. You're the second one to deal with this. Why? Because you are to eliminate the threat. If you are faster ahead of the tank, please inform them. They are there to mitigate the damage so you all can eliminate the threat later on. As in that case, there are going to be times their tanks are going to be, well, injured, and you're going to have to deal with them as well. So don't be surprised if you're going to be also in the front line swapping with their position. It is mostly the consideration of you are there to kill the enemy. If in the case of it being gang member using the pro-arms, please have still the consideration of, well, restraining them, taking away this deadly weapon out of their hands. But if it still happens, do not be afraid. Your lives matter the most. The lives of the citizens matter the most.
Right.
If I may add something, Hayden.
Go ahead.
Fighters have a, well, reputation for being a bunch of strong meatheads with not a thought. It is quite the opposite. You see, you will need to be the smartest of them all. You will need to know when your tanks need to take the damage. You will need to know when to stand aside so your casters and gunners can do their thing. You will need to know exactly each little moment of when to strike and how to strike most efficiently. So, you will have to keep things in mind other than just how to punch something.
Milo?
I have no questions at this time, sir.
Correct. Next question.
In your opinion, obviously, as you said, we should focus on building up our strength so we can deal lethal blows. For our first spell or two, that we'll be focusing on once we're have our arms fully operational and we can start using them in practice more efficiently and effectively. My thought, at least for myself, and this could be a question to each other fighter on what their first thought is of their first spell to learn, is I was thinking of armaments, of being able to build a weapon to enhance my strikes with, for example, for me, ice. So being able to deal heavy blunt damage or swap it to slashing. So that way, depending on what we're against, be it something that's heavily armored, be blunt to break its armor, or if it's just skin and stuff, slashing and all that stuff.
Sword support
It
class,
is
will
true.
buff and heal their eyes.
Enhancement of the body.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Your
I still
element
think there's
would
a
be one of the most recommended.
maybe like
to do
one
so,
or
even
two too many.
To do that, especially with your
The problem with
armaments.
being a
arms
quote
in
unquote
general,
support,
as you see with my element, it is lightning.
especially in VR chat, is just like
It
you just
assists
stand
me
around
with
doing fuck
piercing a
all.
little bit more the shell
For
of
so
the
much.
magic beast. In that sense, I coat the weapon with it. Thanks to the markings that I put into it, this is more efficient to me. I don't have to do spell weaving into a higher degree to do so. I do have to be focusing on it, of course, to keep that in mind, as this is also a little bit of an increment on specific target. Later on, if you want to do it on yourself, as for example, an enhancement of an aura that will increase your strength, your reflexes, or even self, the way for you to deal with taking on blows. In this sense, it is to enhance specific thing that each one of you are good at. If you're good at blunt damage, specialize in blunt damage, you will always have someone to aid you with a different type of damage. If you try to go with each one, it will take a lot of, well, time, strength, and concentration to do adjustments mid-combat. It could be lethal. So I would recommend first to prioritize on one specific type of damage you're good at. Later on, well, after that, just keep working on your enhancements. Strength, reflexes, armaments on its own. If your element is very easy to adjust to that, it will be easy as breathing. As you can see for me, it increases my speed, my reflexes, so I'm able to react more faster and counterattack. For those who are strong with armors, it will be able to withstand an attack, but then you have to counter-strike immediately. Don't make yourself slow because now you have another set of armor.
Support class to give me more deadly when. Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll work out. Honestly, it was more just like I'm surprised it's that many. I'm surprised we have that many support and this
different
little
abilities of. He was telling I guess it's the aura he was probably telling me about. It's very
melee
important, especially for frontline
fighters.
So that way, if we end up not being able to avoid a strike, it can at least protect us from a lethal blow, at least once.
That is correct, as you're coating yourself with this mana. It will not be 100% of a life-saving matter. You're still gonna receive damage, but at least it will mitigate it. And mitigation is something you need to all be careful with. You always need to react to when you're getting a hit. Try to move your body away from it, so you're lessening the blow. In comparison to the tanks, you are not resistant to damage. You're the ones who are still gonna be injured the most alongside your other peers. But it is important that you are not immediately out of combat, because they are relying on you to eliminate the threat as well.
Protect the vitals. Oh yes. Oh my. Oh yes.
Absolutely. That sense as well, please know a little bit of medical training. There's gonna be times you're gonna be having, well, bleedings, or in this case, an arm or legs that is gonna be broken. So that
It's one of those things that I'm happy that there's a lot of supports.
You're gonna see.
I'm just
raw
surprised at how
moments
many there
where
are.
your friends are probably gonna be
really
having
all it is.
a very, very, very bad time. Understand that you need to act quick as well. Pass them immediately to your support or healer in the background, or you have to immediately stop their wound so it doesn't become even more lethal to their health.
Understood. Be aware of those injuries and make sure we take care of our own. And would it be good for fighters, because of our height and speed, to also be available for, like you said, if tanks are hurt or other people are hurt, to be acting decoys to not so much take something head on, but at least draw its attention away, because we have the ability to get back faster.
That will be mostly in the cases of those who are excelling in speed, that is correct. But mostly you will be working in hand with specialists to do so.
Understood.
Specialists do know how to get into combat and immediately retreat tactically. As in our case, it will be mostly still relying on our ability or skill. For them, it's mostly their ingenuity of how to distract the opponent and how to make it so they are not constantly chasing you, and well, you're still leading a horde of enemies into another direction. And now you're stuck with how do I gonna get rid of them. Buying time is good, but keep in mind that you need to do it smart. Be smart about it. You see a place in your surroundings that can bottleneck the enemies. That will reduce the numbers. That will make it even better and efficient for some of you to just be dealing with little numbers of enemies, striking them down, instead of just facing 4 or 5 at the same time. And they will not play by the rules whatsoever. Another thing to consider, your surroundings. It is crucial to understand what is good or bad to take advantage of. For your allies, for yourself, and for the enemies as well. The enemies can adapt. That is the most scary aspect of Magibeast as well. They all have a specialization as well. Some are flying, some are tankers, some are just even little decoys as well. You have to understand how they are placed in this table, how you can deal with them the most efficiently. For the decoys, mostly try to be quick as possible and then reunite with your squads. Or if you're dealing with tanker units,
This is true.
to make sure to strike quickly into their weak
We'll see if we
spots.
do Doom
Tanks
today.
are going to be dealing with slowing them down.
I might want to give
and
it
you
one
quickly have
week
to take
off.
them down later on the back or on the side.
I'll make up my mind about that later on.
Any questions, Sorcerer?
I'm just thinking.
The best piece of advice I can give you all is you will get knocked down, but you will get back up again. Always remember that nothing is ever going to keep you down.
Well,
how about this? Oh, go ahead.
Does anybody? I wonder if
I'm actually
any
just
of them,
about to say.
any of,
It was
did
more
any
gonna
of
be a
you get what I
suggestion,
just
so to
said?
hear what each one of your arms is going to be doing later on. See where we can work on that.
Anyone know what I just
Do you have a
referenced?
question, or do you have something to say?
Well, I guess it was just more of a. In your opinion, what it would be the best way to train our reflexes then? Do you have like a thing that you do or did?
Well,
That's
usually,
specific for weapons?
if you're doing it alone, it's only so much you can do so, relying on the campus equipment to do so. Just having like even a throwing ball machine that will throw it at you at a certain speed, being able to hold the item at the same time when it's thrown to you, or just dodge it, being the most two basic ones. If you have a friend, an ally, or just a group of friends that can assist you with this, it is mostly regular
get
combat,
knocked
how
down,
to deal
but I
with
get
a
up
blow,
again,
how to hold the
'cause you're
blow,
never gonna
how
keep
to
me
adjust
down.
the trajectory of it and stop it, or redirect
in
them.
the
That being the other one with kind of clashing weapons or enemies that have weapon-like
takes a whiskey drink.
structures.
Takes a cider drink.
Okay.
Takes a vodka drink. Takes a dad.
All right. Still no questions, Milo?
No, sir.
Alrighty then. In that case, I would like to hear what your designs of your arms are, if possible. If you're still thinking about them, don't worry, we can discuss them later on a different date. But if you have something already concrete that you already have to put to the test and want to like to see, well, opinions about it, I would like to hear them now. So, let's start with you, Leon. Axel?
Mine is actually, I want it to be my prosthetic. I want to have my arm be literally a part of me. That way I can, as I said, my first idea, since I'm using the ice core, is to weaponize my arm with weapons that I need with ice.
It's Chumbawamba, my man. It's Chumbawamba.
Alrighty then.
Tub Thumper.
Your focus is gonna be on your left.
One of the all-time 90s songs.
You also may want that those plates actually contact your skin, and you can focus on trying to channel the mana specifically to those plates.
I'll be making my
Saturate it and get a similar effect.
If you need something, call me. I believe the gunners are suited, and also just giving them a small rundown of his capabilities.
You're not
but
telling
they
us
seem
something?
Ready.
I
Very
can
good,
see
Principal.
in the future.
Alright. Callouts. Both gunner, support, and caster. These are the recommended roles to handle such a thing in a group. That is why you will see many generals of a party or leaders take such roles. They have a good viewpoint of the battlefield and can warn the group about any incoming danger or change in environment. For a caster, though, depending on what spell you're using, will require utmost focus, and you will have none.
Someone turned on the lights.
None available to call out. But eventually you will have spells that have no need for incantations or vocal wordings. Being able to shout when you are unleashing a spell
She's petting her dog.
is also good, so your teammates can move in time.
God damn it, Shan.
I know my goal is to.
Good. These are both apt locations for a caster, either the middle or far back line. When it comes to the far back line, you will be taking more of a passive role, creating a grand spell, for instance, that you may
That's going
bombard
to take a
the
lot of
enemy
work, though.
when the time is right.
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. I'm very interested in your mimicry ability. Sounds like a lot of work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, the concerns are elements.
There are some exceptions, though.
What do you mean?
Battle mages.
So, Fokai's element does not
Two cores. A rarity these days. but there are
inherently
some out
mix
there
with other elements.
that will branch
Oh, yeah.
into
There's
the
no
fighter
record
roles
of that, even though it's been tried to great
so they can be
extents.
more up close
External
and
to the
personal with
foci, of
the
course, elements
and arms.
behave to
Are
the
what
laws
they
of
are.
physics.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So my thought on that,
But
I had
for
actually briefly spoken to Professor
We'll be
Dusk about it
working
at one
on
point.
your spellcraft
I'm
and
not
1, 2, 3,
exactly
4, 5,
take-
6,
it won't be
7,
the same element.
9 supports? Oh, no. Mai's a gunner.
Could you
2,
be
4,
with one
6.
person at a time?
Still 8 supports.
That
God
is another
damn.
reason why I choose to heal one-on-one
That is a
most of the
lot.
time.
But in my specialty, usually folks are coming back from the front line, or there is a forward operating medical base that I'm working out of. That is something that you will go over with Dusk as well.
This is always something I like to recommend in general to any fighter or anyone that is a support cast. That if you're gonna be dealing with close range, aside from your main weapon, always have a secondary. Don't be afraid to have a small blade made of magic steel or even a short sword. It's always good to have a backup plan. You will always be encountered with surprises. Your plan A will turn to plan B, then to C, then to D. Then when you're out of plans, you're now gonna be turning on into instinct, and that will be very, very deadly to your allies as well, because now they're relying on you to become a leader. Alright, thank you, Axel. Arthur? What is your ideas for your arms? What have you done with them or planning to do with them?
So the idea I had, and it was actually helped by Paz a little bit with the second part, is a giant axe, able to cleave nice, and then using little bursts of more or less explosions from fire, able to propel it forward.
Correct. So you're adding strength, energy, force into a big strike.
Alright. That's the initial idea.
Correct. Are you doing any sort of extra physical training on how you're working your footsteps, as this extra force will probably fling you away?
Yeah, that's the idea, is to first learn the physical enhancements to be able to wield it while it does that, and get the feel of possibly even utilizing that pushback in a way where it doesn't hinder my movements.
A lot of suggestions would be mostly, of course, posture working, deal how you're setting your footing for this, and of how it is going to be the case if you miss the target. You still have a lot of force that's going to be either meeting the ground or somewhere on the side. So keep that in mind, dealing with posturing. A suggestion would be working on your body leg, mostly on the side of, there's two options. You can add extra attachments to your legs as extra weighting, something that can help you attach to the ground even more quickly, as, well, support. Or even so in the sense of, if you're very confident of your raw strength, try to just enhance those as well. Put a little bit of extra kick into your legs. That way you're able to deal with this change of posture, adjusting, and then immediately going back into position of going back into combat. I might be repeating myself a little bit too much. I do apologize. It is very different to everyone and how you're going to deal with your arms. We're going to be putting them to the test, especially with the things we're going to be doing with Dusk during the week. So that's going to be something to look forward to, but keep in mind, failure is going to happen a lot. You're going to be having moments that you're probably going to dislocate your arm by accident, or your arms is going to be flinging outside of your arm, well, your grip. So we are here to test all of this so you can perfect how these arms are going to be working later on in the field.
Right.
Hope we don't get disarmed.
Milo?
I prefer to keep my plans private, sir. If you'd like to inquire, I will do it behind closed doors.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's fair.
Very well. Feel free to step around, keep looking around at the other ones. If you have a secondary class that you are wanting to work or look around, feel free to take this time now. As for now, you will be dismissed from my side. During the entire time of the day or later on during the week, I'm still open for questions and or training.
Thank you, sir.
Alright. Thank you, yeah. I might actually hit you up on that.
Looks like Braggy's taking a hit.
It probably is right now showing about the enhancements that you can do to yourself as a tank. We'll recommend approaching them about that. Yes, it is also something related to fighters, as
yeah. So
body
because
enhancement is
last,
very
I think it was
toe-to-toe
either
with
last week or
tanks.
2 weeks ago. He was saying that he wanted to just do a constant stream of fire to propel it, and so Pat was like, "Well, you could do just
As long as we
controlled
approach
burst
them.
so that you can readjust."
Yeah, that might be good, at least on my end. Since I'm going to be
Excellent.
coating my ice to harden the ice. Yes, sir.
If you wish to make your arm, two things. One, perhaps speak to Reginald, as his arm is also his arm. He may be able to give you a little bit of pointers, even if he is support, not a fighter. Second of all, I myself, well, as fleshy as it is, I used my arm as well, albeit covered in a glove, gauntlet of sort. So, if you need help about how to go about fighting things, feel free to ask when the time comes.
Yes, sir. I plan to start attempting freezing this and see how that goes, or see if I end up freezing it solid and I can't move my arm. We'll find out.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Don't forget to de-thaw yourself every now and then.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure of that.
Regardless, if you are going to be doing close, very hand-to-hand, it might be good to learn all the different methods. You talked about doing blunt and slash, but keep in mind that you can do that with your fist as well, without enhancing it with ice. You can pound with your hand. You can slash. I believe you can most likely make those claws a little bit more sharp. And my favorite is when you grab and rip. Very effective.
The ideas for, as you said, just basic hitting was to pretty much make a ball of ice, so that way I can hit harder, or if I need to slash, would be to, I guess, extend ice out a little bit so it's something I can slash with and have a little bit more range. Not too far because I don't want it to be brittle.
Yes, but all I'm saying is don't forget your natural given abilities as well. Think about it this way. Your core and the magic is here to enhance in a lot of ways things you might already know how to do. Not necessarily to learn a brand new thing. It is like, if you already know how to run, why are you trying to make yourself another pair of legs?
Fair.
So keep in
I
mind
guess that's
things
why
that you can already know how to do and already use, and then make use of your core to make that as good as possible.
Understood. I could always use it to just enhance what I already have rather than make more at the start and focus on that. And progress from there depending on...
It is like... Do you read books at all?
I get assigned a lot of books, sir.
Do you read any for fun?
On rare occasion. My fun is more running outside through the wilderness.
Well,
So I enjoy taking runs outside the city.
I'll tell you the biggest thing that is told to story writers when starting out at first. Write what you know. It will be the most believable story you can write. In the same way, as a warden, write what you know. And then, when you get really damn good at it, you can start branching out into fields you previously had no idea about.
Sounds good, sir.
Very good. Now then, if you wish to ask Braggy some questions, I would do it soon.
Yes. I want to see what they're up to. Thank you again.
Very good, very good.
Hey. Old man wisdoms.
To a point where it is actually not only the hammer and the axe, as well as a fine tip point kind of used as a syringe, so that way I could inject
Big crowd over there.
either my teammates or monsters.
I believe we have disseminated throughout the rest of the class at this point. Well,
That's very smart.
what are you doing here just standing around?
Have you seen a halberd before?
personally waiting for Reginald, but I was just thinking.
A very large group of supports we have this year.
Hatchet or axe type.
Not common?
But it also has a spear tip.
Which are usually.
You'd be surprised how many would rather hit things than heal things.
I think I find it absolutely terrifying to go face to face with a magic beast.
Oh, it's exhilarating, especially if you have pent-up rage issues.
Hammer one side, stiletto tip.
Therapeutic in
Right.
some ways.
On this side. That way, achieving all three, and then down the handle.
I'm sure there's other ways to release that rage rather than trying to go toe to toe with death.
Oh, you would think so, but it is intoxicating in a lot of ways.
That way, you have the pokey part. where you want
Unsustainable,
Okay.
get the blunt
but
part to
intoxicating.
part things a bit in the axe.
Still,
Okay.
I'm glad to hear and see that we have many to take care of those who might be getting ahead of themselves.
Yeah. I think I'm very close to this idea
Gives you a lot more versatility.
on how I can heal people. Either forge or, people like me alike. And I'm gonna shoot them directly in the chest with a shotgun.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're okay. I thought maybe it'd be a good idea to mix something that I
You
love
do
with
know we
my
throw
herbs,
people in
so-
jail for doing that, yes?
Oh no, that's not to kill them.
You'll have to explain this to me a bit further.
Oh?
So, imagine this.
I'm going to
I
review
shoot you
trials today, but
with a bolt of electricity,
assist you in
and it's so thin,
drawing
either it kind of like it goes inside your body, or it stimulates the rest of your body, and it triggers, let's say, we have a healing factor, right?
syringe does.
Let's say it's more so actually like a regeneration of some sort within one's body.
So when you inject someone with it, it's meant to drain flash.
Do you know how long I've been
But
at
for-
it knowing electricity?
Poisoned or
Tis my core after all.
mana or dirty mana or something
Oh.
of that nature. In theory, if you were to run over and
I have
It's
been using a core for the
very
better part of
difficult.
40 years.
from a person's system, so you can treat
A
them.
veteran, you are.
I see.
Electricity is
Oh,
wild.
it'd be really good for when we go against
Electricity is
That's why I have to be careful.
very hard to fine tune into doing exactly what you need it to do.
Still needs to go through.
Especially every person needs their own unique voltage in order to get what I want.
If it
You
works,
For
make
example,
the
you will need a
slightest
different
bit
voltage.
of misstep, and
then
you
maybe we
will
can
fry
find a way
someone.
maybe we can even find a way to.
Oh, no, their
invert
hearts will
something
explode.
To make it to where it injects
Yes.
instead of.
Have you ever smelled burning
Well, I guess it
eyeballs?
wouldn't inject either way, but it would
You could do
procure
both.
rather than.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is quite disgusting.
I feel honored that you're just telling me about it.
Well, I am not telling
Please
you
don't
to
put
not
that on.
You have been
go
one.
ahead with your plan. I am telling you to be extremely careful.
Continue on with
It's why I've been studying for
stuff with me. So
quite a long time now to make sure everything is right.
come on over
And I think
for us to help you.
I'm very close to getting where I want it to be,
I mean,
but I still need to study a bit more. And I'm going to study more after that.
this is important.
Because as soon as I get it
You
done,
have so much
I need to test it.
information, and you all have
Once
so much knowledge that I could
it's
never
ready for testing phase.
even fathom. Like with all of your field
Before you
work,
test it on anyone
and
in
you, too,
particular,
with all of your medical work.
come see me.
She's just old.
I have a little
Hey,
exercise I will want to put you through.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Very good.
Thank you.
But like I said, I feel like I'm very close to that, but I don't know when that barrier can be crossed for testing phase. But as soon as I can, I'll come to you.
Experience a lot of very valuable
Yes.
experience. A lot of
Otherwise, I will
books
not
a lot
let
of
you
the actual
consider
practical
even
work
going
that's
to a
stitches and
testing
stuff hands
phase.
down, so we're always trying to look out for you guys. I will admit, it does seem
Noted.
a little
Very good. This is not to say You lack the ability, mind you. But I will have to be convinced that you can handle it in the way that you speak of.
It's, I can't begin to
Very
say
good.
That's the plan. That's what I've been trying to work towards, and then having the core,
I know that I'll be ready.
making some progress, but
And you better believe we here are going
well, some progress more than compared without having a core because it's completely different.
keep yourself safe out there.
How do you say this?
To be clear, I've already talked to Reginald a bit about
Experience. There's a different experience having the tool than theorizing with books.
Just
Quite
be
so.
as prepared as you can be.
Well, once your arm is complete and your focus is ready, your core is inserted,
You've been a huge
we
blessing,
will
Scarlet. You've been
do a thing or two.
Alright,
Good.
sounds like a plan.
Very good. Not a moment before, not a moment after.
Well, you're a hero in our eyes, wise man.
Yes, sir.
Outside for dinner then.
I just noticed.
Sometime this week.
Is the entire casting group female presenting at least?
Maybe like in the middle of the week. So we, still fresh in our minds and we have some time to think about ideas.
True. Yeah, sounds good.
Well, how did it go?
Hello, Paz.
Well,
Good. I believe. Well, Professor Dusk is very knowledgeable.
Extremely so. Perhaps more than any caster that has ever lived.
He is a double caster.
Yes.
They are
Quite
very
difficult
strong.
to control that many things at once. I would pay extremely close attention to every word Dusk says.
Okay.
Good luck to you all. Casting is not my forte. I prefer to punch and rip and do a little bit
Paz,
of maiming.
fighter.
Oh, yes.
Ripping and tearing.
He broke his
Oh,
hand
Professor
punching
Paz.
Reginald in the face.
Oh, that's right.
That
Oh,
did happen.
yeah.
Although, that is mostly the old bones. Why, in my days... Ha ha! What 412 on the old magic beasts? Well,
Interesting.
as someone who has stood on the front lines, I know fighters can get in your way, sometimes running somewhere you didn't expect them. And same thing with tanks. Just be careful. You won't believe how many injuries come because of friendly fire.
Ooh.
Professor,
I
think, say same.
Spell absorption.
Extremely.
Like a shield?
Ooh.
Do you think that could be applied to like the mage armor, you think?
Maybe.
Control is the name of your game.
But it would take more stamina.
Yeah.
A set drain, if it is from kinetic or
What did I
purely
say?
magical or elemental.
Don't worry about it.
For instance,
Okay.
I do not believe the spell
It should
would
be your
react
same
the
size
same
as it's
to
always
a
been, though. It
cloth
doesn't get
like
bigger or
from
smaller.
A blast of fire.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So in a way specialized for a
You're
Popeyes.
a reward.
perhaps.
Hello.
From what Professor Dusk implied.
How are you today, Paz?
Oh, as well as one can be.
Is highly likely
And
to
you three.
any mage armor that we
Pretty
produce.
good.
Pretty
No
solid.
complaints thus far.
Very good.
Born, if that is the
Keep
right
at
word.
it.
an inborn resistance to the same element, or perhaps a feeding element.
Well, Dusk, how was your group?
It was good.
I was
They all
surprised.
seem mostly prepared.
I was surprised to see so many support and so little fighters.
Indeed, usually fighters are the most populated.
Yes.
Though we might have a few absentees today.
This is true. This is true. Well,
Here's a CC. Buy yourself something nice.
I know you will do your best to train them.
Damn beef is here.
Dusk,
Yes.
when are you going to use that gravity magic of yours to make yourself so not damn tall?
You should see my brother.
Dusk, there's only so much I can look up before my neck becomes too sore.
I am only 6 feet tall, Baz. There are much greater outliers
Yes.
amongst us.
Annoying, the lot of you.
You're only 6 feet tall.
Yes. 6'1", maybe.
That's what it's called now.
Give or take, I see. I never really wondered how tall I was. Now I'm starting to question it.
Someone named Pharmacist Beepers.
No offense, Paz.
Alright, she's good now.
We live as we live.
I got her.
I think it's massive.
Are you measuring
Reginald
me
could
up
give
now?
you a exam. Of course not, Duria. Merely speculation.
Fair.
I know. I brought my bag for something. Hold on. Let's
Probably should stop by Reginald sometime.
I don't like that they're bringing
Get that checkup.
I don't fill me with confidence.
Ask him how tall I am. Oh, that's right. The tanks were going to do a demonstration.
Oh boy. Let's make sure none of them cut each other's arms off. Actual arms, mind you, not the... Why? It's still the dumbest name for him. Just ripe for misunderstanding, you know?
There is some confusion,
Honestly,
yes.
Too late to
makes
change
one
it
wonder
now.
how many wardens have arms for arms, and what led them there.
A great many.
A surprising amount. Some of them take it a little bit too literally.
Yes. Clink, for instance.
Yes.
That
But we do
was,
have one candidate that wants to, insert their arms into their head. That'll be interesting. Replace their eye. Yeah, it wasn't
Are they
Marcus that's
forged?
doing that. No. Flesh and bone.
Marcus. His eye.
Tall.
I did see
the
him
one
craft
with the,
that.
yes, the Earth core.
Interesting.
Yes.
Professor,
Yes,
let
Celeste.
me ask a question.
Of course.
The movement you did, which core did you use for it?
That is the dark.
Oh, I see. Which of our other students has one of those?
Dark?
Ione has a
I
dark
thought we
core.
had one at least.
I know Theodore has
Yeah.
one.
Theodore and
Two
I thought there was one other.
specialists.
There were quite a few that chose dark from what I remember.
I'm trying to remember names.
Can light do something similar?
Light, yes. All of the cores are able to create such a spell, though
Oh.
when they are tuned to a specific role, it may be harder to do.
Yeah. I mean, not for me. I don't need to be invisible, right? I'm tiny. I was wondering, though, some of our supports, like Renali, you know, if she was able to move around without being spotted sometimes.
An apt spell to learn, to escape, or
Yeah.
better place yourselves in a heated scenario.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Thank you, Professor.
Renali, that was she's a light core, right?
Renali, yeah.
Talus would be the best to talk to.
Oh, alright.
It's actually quite, versed in stealth and teleportation.
I suggest
And uses a light core.
Oh, uses. I didn't know they had a light core too. Oh. Are we all gonna watch them play with the giant axe?
I suppose we have just gotten to the part of the day when they start beating each other.
So, what happens when the unstoppable axe meets the immovable shield?
Collateral
A stalemate.
Collateral damage. A stalemate, and Bailey explodes. Alright, we'll see which one wins. Scout.
Listen, I don't know if this is gonna work at all. I haven't.
Calm down, hotheads! Yeah, you got this!
Speaking of arms for arms,
Fuck 'em up, or at least don't get too fucked up!
looks like Bailey is on that track.
Yeah, it's quite impressive design too. I was looking over it last week. It's very doubtful in her work though. I believe this will give her some confidence.
I have noticed that they have been helping many other students as well.
Yes.
It's commendable, but I wonder if they are spreading themselves.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you for the follow.
A warden should create their own harms. If you ask me.
You're not altogether wrong. It is an oddly intimate thing.
Indeed.
And knowing how it's built inside and out.
Yes, they will not always have Bailey around if they seek her guidance to a more detailed degree.
You're potentially
One should
building a
treat their
partner
arms
for
as
life.
well.
You better know
Correct.
every in
An
and out.
extra arm. It is good to seek advice, though. She is a apt engineer.
How are things looking?
It's looking good.
They have a little
Evidently
time
there's
yet.
two immovable forces that are about to clash, yes.
We have some time yet before we must leave, but the more time you think you have, the less you actually have left.
Tastes awful.
What's going on, Bubby?
Well, I'm gonna see what the hubbub is about.
I will be right back.
Very well done.
Oh, nope, they're on their way.
Maybe it's more of a show and tell.
That is not normally seen as uncertain, but I'm happy you were successful.
I mean,
True.
fair enough, I guess.
I've been working with
It is
Peter,
an excellent place to break it.
pulling and
You know
putting
what?
it in.
I'll take the scraps to
It's-
Kargak and we'll figure out something else to do with it, I guess.
Wardens, ready? Before
Ready.
we start, let's start up your arms.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna blow
Everyone
up, so
around
like, please,
Bailey.
please stand.
Everyone
back.
around Bailey, vacate.
All right.
Oh, are you good to put it in?
Some space.
Okay.
Talia, after you place it, back up several paces.
Are you good to put it in?
Actually,
Heyo.
Okay. Ready?
Ready?
Back up behind Walter.
3. Behind Walter. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
You know what? I'll be smart about it.
Oh, it's glowing.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh my god. A positive sign.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Hey, it's not blown up.
I'm
Gives
gonna
you a little
turn
bit of
on the.
color.
Oh, okay, that worked better. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, that's really.
You're going to have to get used to the movement.
That thing's hot.
You may want to invest in some guards for your forearms if it's going to get that close to you. I want
It
to
was
test
supposed to
something.
be
Recommend
like a
going to
metal
Stitch. They
covering
made
up,
my
huh?
stuff fire resistant.
Push my hand.
Yeah. Like, how hard you want me to push? Like, you want me to push?
Push him.
Push. Actually,
Shove
push
him over.
effort into it.
Look, all better.
I see.
I made sure to just put a little bit in, just in case things step back far enough.
That's loud.
As long as you are
I don't know,
alright.
my ambition was hard. This is getting real heavy. Whoa. Okay.
Watch your back.
Sound like a fucking Harley.
Do not harm it.
Let's start
Yeah, I might.
That was good.
Well, Axel and
Good job.
Arthur are gonna be our only.
Additionally, you can get up on your own.
Gonna be in there. For our first tank, I would like to pick.
I think, yeah, okay.
You'd be surprised how many defensive arms are designed and make turtles.
And Hickory.
Once they fall over, they're done.
Turtles?
Good job.
Okay.
Please gather them up over this.
What do I
Also
do?
looks
I
like
didn't
it's
think
not
I'd get this
exploding.
far.
Alright.
Now it's time for the exercise.
Fighters?
Test what you can do with it.
Sir?
I imagine you had an idea of what you want.
Just hit it.
Behind it. If it matches.
I focused and
I've only
pulled
just
the
got
heat out.
here.
You said there was 3 fighters, right?
I just did it.
That's good.
Just 2. Okay.
Ah, is that what you were doing mine
So then
then?
it will be
Your
you.
opponents will be
I made sure I had
Understood.
a little bit of heat and everything to make sure.
Yeah, you actually do it.
It's,
Everything.
Yeah.
This is an
Do not
exercise.
worry. Well,
The intention is not
I
to
think we can do it.
We get to work
Of
together.
course. That's the confidence.
Commander Hickory,
Yeah.
this is your assignment. You both are the
Let's fight
tanks of this
smart
squadron.
kills.
You are
Yeah.
here to
Stand
protect
behind my
both
tank.
Axel and Arthur. They are your attackers. You are here to discern which one is the bigger threat in this scenario.
Right now.
Braggy and Lazarus will be your enemies. This will be a battle against your reactions, and which one will require your biggest effort to sustain the attack of.
That's good for all.
Attackers, you are here to discern which one of the enemies are going to be the ones you need to detach yourself from the defense and take down as quickly as possible. So you can rejoin and prioritize the bigger threat later on. Am I clear on my assignment? Is there any questions and doubts?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Crystal clear.
Just so I repeat, we're here. They're going to be going up against the 2. they're going to be trying focusing whichever one they believe is the stronger opponent to hold it off, while we try and discern which one is the weaker and try and pull them away and neutralize target so we can go back against.
Sorry to interrupt.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Prepare your formations.
You thought that was your asshole neighbor?
Are we to treat this as a life or death fight in terms of how we treat it as a mission?
That is correct.
Oh shit, thanks for the shout-out, Zori.
Life or death.
Understood.
Don't worry.
And thank you for the follow, shout-out from
We'll be able to
Starlight.
take your blows.
I don't even know why I got a shout-out from Zori. Thank you very much.
Be on standby. We'll be telling you when we are ready.
Finding you.
Oh.
This calls for the big gun.
Something that is we're treating it like life or death.
First thing is ready.
Axel, like
yes.
you did in the keep. Just jump behind you. Get your hits in.
Yes. You are going to be less mobile than I am with the size of that shield. Allow me to go on your right.
You take left, I take right.
I'll make sure to provide you ample space. I would actually recommend the two of you swap in that case. An overhead
Why?
strike with your axe will be sufficient to knock someone away on Mal's flank. You'll have a shield to protect you.
Alright.
Understood.
Overhead gun it.
Be mindful, the Warden General is very fast. They may get around us quickly.
We'll see how they do this. They're supposed to be replicating different types of threats by the sound of it, so we gotta figure out which one is technically the more powerful opponent.
Understood.
Is it the General and Braggy?
Don't forget, write what you know, Axel. Write what you know.
I mean, they're not meant to win. Yeah, of course, but like, man.
A what?
The training is to figure out what the best formation would be to stop these two from getting two healers and stuff. Yeah. But they're still fighting.
They're about to fight two babies.
You know your mission.
Talking about aliens. Like, what?
What did I sign up for? It's just
So while we watch,
Do you need something? Sign up. What do you sign up for?
Tolly, what did you sign up for? Did you read?
I went to go see
I understand you to an extent, you know.
the new Alien movie over the weekend.
Whether or not we like
Maybe take them
Yeah, I get it. I'm trying to word this funny.
And I gotta say,
Understand how you work, you know?
significantly better than I thought it was gonna
It
be.
doesn't have to be. I don't think it's possible.
Oh.
No, I mean,
Did someone tell?
no.
Oh shit!
Oh, okay.
Like surprisingly so. Like I thought it was just gonna be, you know, a stupid little action movie, but it it managed to blend suspense and, you know, a little bit of gore
Braggy is known as the wall for a reason.
together with
Selfish of me to leave school now. I need my ticket for him, right?
fan service that wasn't overwhelming. Like, it was chock full of little nods to Alien and Aliens.
To say, let's go, Dad.
I think he cried if I called him that.
Yeah, probably. Wait, really?
In ways that it didn't beat you over the head with it.
I agreed to that way too readily. I'm sorry.
Like,
I kind of want to see someone cry.
I easily dare.
Why?
What?
like it wasn't. Oh, it didn't try to beat you over the head with like, remember this? It was more like a subtle little, a subtle thing where, you know, they would say a line or show something where like you know, if you see it, you turn into like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, right, where he's pointing.
I'm just being nervous.
The downsides of the movie is I think some scenes were a little bit too drawn out. Like some scenes lasted for way longer than they needed to.
If you see me get big, Osiris, if you see me get big, don't be alarmed. I will have bragging here, so if I get big, just don't get close.
And also, I don't know if it was just a theater they were in. It was so fucking loud. Like there were parts where it was just way too loud.
I just want to let you know in case I get big.
Get big and strong. You already are big and strong, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, I'm already so big and
Still big and strong. All them gains, all them sevy gains.
Feedback can come out of too many angles.
I've been practicing. I've been learning to get stronger.
But good movie otherwise.
I appreciate the heads up, though.
Osiris? You're still a bit of an odd one. Follow me.
I need to knock you out, Bailey. I'll do it.
Hey, now it's my turn to be right back.
Oh, goodbye. Godspeed.
That's the hope.
Fucking better.
I'm supposed to like.
Banned from working for 3 days. I'm going to make sure that you don't work as a single inch.
That is slightly terrifying to hear.
What you're asking me to do is tell you to cope.
I didn't say that!
Yeah, you
You did that, I swear.
No, I didn't!
I was there for it. I was there for it. Yes, he did.
You weren't there for shit.
Get him.
I'm gonna die.
These new arms, I'm gonna beat
I
you
said
over
it
the head
at
with them.
you, not at Bailey! Phrasing asshole!
That's fair. I'll let it happen.
The girls are fighting.
Coming up there, you
It's coming up here.
yellow son of a bitch.
Oh shit!
Coming up.
You know, normally
It's all right,
I'm
just
terrified, but I just don't have the energy for it.
Oh wait, that door doesn't open, does it?
Use that spider rage, Bailey.
I can do
For you.
Me at this point, like.
I can bend down for you, baby.
Some of us could fit through the vent.
Oh yeah.
Don't give
Hey, Bailey, you should, you're good down there. I didn't say anything. Why am I defending myself for something I did not say?
I'm behind you. I got you.
You said it.
Some people won't hurt you if you ugly cry.
A lesson I've learned in life.
Do you need to talk?
Oh, we should mosey out the way too.
No? Wait, oh, here it is.
Rather close.
It's about
Yell back that way.
Your confidence right now is inspiring, by the way. You do not think that these people are getting closer to you.
Sorry. You didn't
That's
say
inspiring.
Look at the big focus. You can't something on me because now I feel nothing.
Your brain did not say that. However, I
you also
apologize
have
all the
darkness
same.
within you,
I
Ione?
didn't.
Careful.
Maybe that's why you
I
also picked the
didn't.
darkness core.
I did say the word cope, but not directed at you.
To say cope to you.
1 minute
I did
remaining.
not. I said it a few times. I said it to Marcus. I said it to Evan.
Well, they're doing good.
And you said yes.
They're managing to.
I don't remember that. I think you're lying.
Shit, he do
It's
it.
literally just poking them, and then they're falling backwards.
I'm thinking I might actually end a little early today.
Moving from a spot.
I'm just tired. I don't know if I have the
Watching myself. Get a little more distance from what's going on over there.
the energy to do Doom Cult guy today.
It's okay, guys. I'll body block.
Someone's ass, that's for sure.
Stitch is the strongest out of all of us.
Someone's
Oh. You see her confidence?
Good job.
The strongest out of all of us.
Isn't very bulletproof.
Oh,
I could follow
that's
that.
enough.
Hickory.
Time. Hickory. They're good.
Are you okay?
Alright.
Yes.
It's probably time to blow him out.
It's fucking sitting here like yawning.
Probably be going to the next game.
Perception. Observing your allies. The way the enemy moves, the way the enemy doesn't do anything whatsoever. It is to all recognize which one is the higher priority. There's going to be enemies that are going to be toying with you as well. So keep that in mind. You'll adjust that. It was a dirty strike, but later on you make sure to prioritize more effort. Good job. There's always room for improvement.
Are they okay?
Calling the kettle black, aren't we?
Well, sisters know each other best.
Half and half so that you could figure out whether he or I was the main guy. However, at one point, it was you two against him.
Baldrus is around. Perhaps we can see about combination spells.
Tickling.
Yes, sir.
Well, that could be a license. This comes to you. You did very good.
I get a little nervous then, thinking that I was going to get told off by Baldrus again. How many times have you been told off by Baldrus now?
Some monsters have way more.
The fact that you've gone past that many is too many.
The fact that you have to use two hands?
Guess what? You keep hitting them.
I'm sure it'll be back. I've gained a trait.
So
Yeah?
What are you, a sim?
What trait? What's a sim?
Sorry.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it. Sorry,
I'm
I'm talking on my
a
ass.
compliment, or
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I have a few things that I you know, I'm setting up for Paz.
I see. How's that
You're
going?
scaring me.
I've stolen multiple times.
I'm hoping that I can
a badge. I stole
run
some
across a few more of the lightning
papers. Yes.
core users.
I thought I was in a room with a criminal.
What else have I stolen? Oh, I've stolen sunglasses off somebody's face.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't somebody notice? Like, one second their vision is all, you know, dark, and then the next they blink and it's like, oh, weird. How do you steal it off their face without them knowing?
With great ease.
But he was looking for you two in the morning.
Oh, right then.
Wanted to talk to you.
Cursed with sticky fingers.
HQ.
Hmm.
I assume that is their.
Alright, I need to take care of some things, so if you guys get the notes from Baldrus, please pass them over.
I buy it every day on my delivery.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm not stealing anything from you.
Good, I don't have anything.
Why are you walking away from me?
When you have time,
No reason.
pastors and I would like to bend your ear about how to coordinate traditionally conflicting elements.
I can discuss now if there's
We were. Oh, we're sleeping.
She's gonna.
a lot of this that will be
That's what you get. That's karma.
Perhaps another time.
Karma. Shit, that's what you get.
Sir.
ones that can change their behavior very quickly.
And then once they find you, all of you will come find me, and then we'll move to a location we can speak.
The fight was settled. You attempted multiple things. You saw what the results were. You reevaluated, and then you communicated, and you tried something else. That communication will keep you alive.
Actually, one thing I wish you could take specifically. One thing, I don't know exactly what your capabilities are or what you wish to do with your art, but one thing that I would suggest as a and one moment when we were getting smushed, both I and Brad surrounded you, and then slowly started to get
approach on you. In one of these cases, well, a good example of what actually the Drag and I had done before is fan out. So, for example, let's say, in this case, Drag is on the other side of you and I'm standing here. If you need to move, relocate, you two either walk forward and make a wall so that the rest go in between.
Fuck is this song?
And then, as soon as they get to safety, you can back up. And then these two are now in front of you. You see both, and you can't really get hit for free. Now, fanning out obviously depends on the scenario and the magic, but that's one thing to keep in mind if you ever feel like you're getting choked. It's a good way to open up.
Was a well done work. There's still a lot to consider in the end. Alright, we'll have to move to the next.
Something troublesome.
With involving all the tanks. Attackers, you're all gonna be in the center.
She should see Ader. I could hear the impact from the top of the stands.
Agreed.
Oh, Joseph, Len. To be fair, I didn't expect the time to go so quickly.
They would not make her wait if she bled.
We may want to run this next exercise another time.
Might be right.
I do believe that both Lazarus and Bragi have enough in them to make sure that they don't injure.
What you just experienced is how we have gathered every single bit of information off of magic that we
'Tis training after all.
testing things, figuring out what works, what doesn't, recording it, communicating it, spreading it.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
And good work, everyone.
I can run the other exercise later tonight. There's a very interesting field outside of Rainholm.
I
that
think
we can take advantage of. As for now,
I think I'm actually gonna see if next week I can just get all the lightning core users.
these fighters and using them to target. But I imagine the play here for Gagi is to try.
The actual cause of the shield fall was never deemed. So we are to attempt to find out what caused shield fall.
Investigation.
Investigation.
On the forefront of.
Didn't want to take up my time. I figured you were just busy with everything.
The full briefing will happen before the mission on all mission details. But for now, that is what we have.
It's good to speak to
Fuck
you.
ourselves.
I didn't realise that. I'm sorry,
Take care
I
of
guess I'm
yourself.
pretty busy these days.
You did too.
You're a very popular person in class. So I don't hold it.
That's just because I can, design things and I've got experience.
Excuse me.
Making magic devices, so people want my help. It's
Yeah.
normal.
But you're also a good friend to them too.
What? Keep an eye on it.
As you had a thing to show me.
That's.
It wouldn't be so
Yes.
cool. They would be so very.
Perhaps in your office?
You being gone and being like, I miss Leo.
That works.
They were saying that.
Yeah, I heard it a couple times.
There are a couple candidates that.
Oh, well, that's nice, I suppose. Nice to be Miss Duggan.
Come on, Freddy. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm not sure too much of what to make of it, but the twins, during their cataloging process, uncovered something interesting.
It's gonna show you the green orb. DM hard at work. Loading. 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 Cutscene loading.
Apologies, Paz. I heard the first bit of what you were saying, and my head got very cloudy.
Understandable. You are a busy man. I have something interesting for you. Something the twins uncovered during cataloging. A little green orb with the most peculiar image.
Interesting.
I am unsure.
Those runes look familiar.
Extremely. But what is most curious is, well, this was not uncovered anywhere near Runewald.
I'll have to check with Clink and Dusk, but I do remember them distinctly telling me they saw visions of individuals while they were there.
Yes.
5 of them.
Simon,
I'm curious if this is one of them.
Simon, in fact, said something about it themselves. Something about an elven figure in their image. If they need to look at it, I will, of course, be around to show them. I'm not sure where this all fits into our grand scheme of things, but a curious thing nonetheless.
They may be one of the creators, and potentially one of the original administrators.
And if we know where this came from, well, perhaps we can.
Then there may be
dig
other things
there
around
again.
it. Yes. That's a start. Thank you, Paz.
Yes. Also managed to translate a little bit of something. It is as cryptic
from the
as I
runes.
expected it to be. Something about...
What did you find?
Something about... well, what did it exactly say? Something about fires burning, the corruption from the veins of a dragon. I have no idea what it could possibly refer to.
That I may be able to aid on, actually. Here. An old folk tale mentions, and thus Eden was flown by the veins of a dragon. We refer to these now as the ley lines.
The reports originally stated something about needing these ley lines. Yes?
I believe that is what the spirit in Runewald mentioned, yes. That without them, things would get complicated.
But what would the corruption in this case be?
That is in fact a curiosity.
Perhaps Magibeasts? Perhaps something else entirely? Well,
Clink mentioned
yes?
hearing that the crystallized magical ore that we mine was potentially at one point the ley lines themselves. It's possible whatever caused them to crystallize is the corruption.
Which begs the question to me, how long did it take for the calamity to start? Was it over a vast period of time? We seem to believe that it happened from one moment to the next, but what if it went over decades? What if they knew what was coming? What if they had hundreds of years to prepare?
Well, I don't know if the grander world knew, but at least what was reported from Moonwald was that at least these administrators might have, somehow. How it is they did know, though, is another question all amongst itself. They had enough time to make the shrines and the failsafe, but not enough time to stop it. That begs another question altogether.
And how much were we involved? As man? As the peoples of the world? The more I find, Valdris, the more questions we get. It's a never-ending loop.
I fear that may be the case. But to continue we must. We're getting the first bits of hope we've had in a long, long time. This mystery is starting to finally unravel. I, for one, am happy to see it.
Better late than never, I suppose. I will continue to try and translate. Mira, by the way, has been of great help. It has been a bit of a, nuisance to keep her out of knowing more things than they should know at this point, but they are to be commended for their work.
I will speak to them. Perhaps you may not need to hide what you're working on much longer. Some of the students will have to know ahead of Vanderhall anyway, and I've at least confirmed that Mira is not one of the spies.
That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Let us
Continue your work. I will let you know.
Yes, let us hope they're not so good to pull the wool over our eyes.
Given our years of experience, I hope that isn't the case, but there are always new minds doing new things.
And I am not getting any younger.
Nor I, Paz.
Indeed. Well, have a good one, Valdris.
See you soon.
What time is it? Okay, we're about 2 hours in. We'll try to stay for another hour. Man, I'm looking forward to this next week. Got my Pokemon Nuzlocke to finish, and then the next region for Genshin is releasing, I believe on Thursday, I want to say.
Good day.
I haven't been out in here for a long time. This is
And when I first moved here, I'm more used to the city being all open, so I get lost a lot, and then the barrier go dark, and then I couldn't find anything because I keep bumping into those walls.
Understandable.
I have slept outside on the docks at least 5 times because I could at least make my way to the sound of the water.
Oh no.
Be careful! If the police get to you during, past curfew, you will have some annoying questions to answer.
For some reason, no one ever found me, but that's because whenever I'm asleep, people don't even seem to know where I'm at. I am very small. But that was then, now it is better because I know my way around.
That's good. I am just letting
In
you
my
know
defense,
they
it was a
tend to
new
be-
city that I didn't expect to move to, and it was after a shield fall, so I was stressed.
It is understandable. I am just merely pointing out that the military police like to be, well, a bit of a hassle. I am sure you'll be fine as a
Pardon
warden
me,
candidate.
I have to get going.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not holding
I
you.
will
Both
talk
of
to you
up.
both later.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Paz. It was good seeing you.
Have you had any new cool stuff to look at, like that one little acrylic you showed us that made everybody tired?
Well, there are plenty of them. Well, I should not say plenty. There are few of them that we have uncovered to get to work. Some of them a lot more dangerous than others. You know, we have one that turns you into a pile of jelly.
Does it turn you back?
Oh,
Or is
no.
it one way?
Oh, you do the wrong thing and you're gone. Just a pile of blob.
How did you find out that it turns you into jelly?
Well, somebody touched it. They did a thing. And then
Just people who are outside.
jelly.
I assume so.
That is
Unfortunate
unfortunate.
business. But some of them do things that are more practical. Like there's a very nice one that gives off heat or cold, depending on what you do to it. Quite useful. It's like a
That sounds
personal
cool.
heater / refrigeration unit. You can never be too hot or too cold.
That sounds really
Seems a little
cool.
more practical and useful. Well, I do hope we uncover more and more, but more importantly, why they work the way they do.
Do you think we'll find some on that assignment we got?
Oh, I sure hope so. Although, seeing as how it is just a shield-fallen city, it is unlikely they'll have something drastically old.
I mean, it's kind of still possibly a special place.
Oh, I am not doubting that. I remember the events that took place. In order for it to happen in the first place. I was not a warden anymore, but I was well aware of what was going on. It was not a wonderful time when such things happen.
Yeah.
But I believe both of us have a little bit more intimate knowledge about such things.
Yeah. It is not nice.
After all, you and I both are survivors. Well, it is our duty now to make sure it doesn't happen again, yes?
Exactly.
Very good, very good.
And in the process, find out how all the cool things work.
Oh, that is the
'Cause
most
some-
fun thing of all. Oh, yes.
'Cause it's knowledge, and knowledge is fun.
Oh, indeed. Well, I do hope you are able to find good places to sleep from now on.
I have the dormitory, but if I got lost and I couldn't find my back to the dormitory, I'd at least try to go here because my parents live in this district. That's why I always go to the harbor, because the harbor is where they're near, and the water is nice.
This is true, this is true. Very good. Well, do carry on.
Okay. Enjoy the cool things and don't explode into jelly, that's bad for you.
It is a risk. Simon, sitting by yourself again. What? All right, which bench are we going to? We're at this one last time. Last time.
We're always cautious.
Entertainment District is not open yet.
But for the most part, I'm not even out on the street. It's just whenever I have free time.
Next thing you know, there's a wild animal that gets loose.
That happened. Not only one, but a whole bunch. I don't know how.
How
This is-
did something like that happen? Usually those things
I do not
are
know.
kept locked away.
What is going
It's gonna
down
blow
over
your mind.
there?
2 fish somehow escaped.
Over there's a bear. There's a bear over there. Don't go
There is
over
a bear.
There's a
Oh wow!
There's a bear. Oh, there is a bear.
That is barely acceptable.
Oh.
There's also a horse.
Alright. Yeah, if you wanna help me around with the
Do not kill the
Please be careful. This is a protected species in Rhino.
Yes, we know. That's why we're running again.
Protected species.
Exactly. But people seem to forget. Oh no, they're entering.
I happen to live in there, you know. If I find a bear in my apartment, I'm going to become unbearable.
There goes the horse.
Of course.
Simon,
Yes, sir.
I have a task for you.
Yep, weird looking horse.
Oh dear God, they have the bear.
Yes, yes, sir.
Do not get yourself mauled.
I'll do my best, sir.
All right, good. Oh dear.
Oh, there's a
Where's
bunch
the
of people
bear?
out here.
I want the reward for the bear.
Yes!
Oh, they already did it.
If you guys didn't notice, the zebra also ran that way.
We saw someone taking care of it.
The zebra?
What that horse is called?
I believe
The striped horse thing? I hear they're significantly more temperamental than horses.
I do hope the fish are still in the water. You should talk to Ikaraiba. Ikaraiba's swimming in the harbor right now.
Question. Usually someone would have to let the fish out themselves.
Well, let's check on the zebra.
The bear has been captured.
At least that is good.
The streets are safe once more.
There's no one drinking it. This is why I had to. Yeah, I wanted to rip the drink.
Now, is it wrong that part of me is disappointed I didn't get to fight the bear?
No, I'm also disappointed. I wanted to fight the bear. I was looking forward to fighting a bear.
Like, I didn't want to hurt the bear, but...
Not fun, because you couldn't hurt the bear, so... What do you think you couldn't do?
You can still block the bear.
Ironically enough, they're pretty protected as a species.
To be fair, I don't think punching a bear will really hurt him.
No, I had to hit the side with my,
Well, here's the issue. A bear
My
can still
arms.
hurt you, so... If you can't hurt it, it's kind of a problem.
That's what this hunk of iron on my back's for.
Normally I take care of it other myself.
I was just trying to make sure it doesn't hit out.
Thank you.
So, in the future, if there are any wild animals like that, please be careful going close.
Understood.
Very much. So, I need to see in 6 piddly feet about
Well, it's first, are you alright? Second, do you know where rope is?
It's all in the military outpost, all of it. All the securing, all the cages, all that stuff's in there. And am I okay? Luckily, I'm still functional, just had a fucking bear biting and tearing at me for a bit. Turns out bastards are actually kind of strong.
Yes. Alright. Well, I'll try and get this rope then.
I'm glad. I'm just glad you have a camera.
Well, of course I have a camera. Why wouldn't I have a camera?
I don't have a
It
camera.
makes sense for me to have a camera.
Then again, you'd be good with a camera and I wouldn't. I suppose there's different styles of
They're
journalism.
still handling the zebra in the square, I heard.
Oh. I hope they stay safe.
very safe as well.
Simon!
Yes, sir.
Bring me some raisins.
I'll see if the bakery has any.
I do not recall either. It was a bit weird to say the least. Hello, Simon. Look, do you need our assistance?
Did you guys happen to have any raisins, possibly?
We might have some raisins in the back.
Do you want me to check?
Can you please?
Understood.
Is this for the horses? Or the animals?
It's for Mr. Pez.
I see.
You both alright?
If you recall, we are doing both fine. Thank you for asking. Just a interesting day to say the least when it comes to bears, a horse zebra thing, and various other things.
Here is a small
Do you have any
packet
raisins?
of raisins.
How much do you want for it?
1 cc.
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope he
Have a good day.
enjoys.
You would as well.
Biscotti, why don't we
Yes?
join him?
We could. The reason why I didn't was
Since we
because I
will
believe.
we will be farther from the bakery.
Mr. Pez? I found some raisins.
Well, what the heck do you have raisins for?
Hello, sir.
You asked for
Paz.
some.
Ah!
May I sit here?
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Thank you.
You asked for some before you dozed off again.
I did!
According
Oh.
to Mr. Simon, you did.
Well, let me see it. Simon!
Yes, sir.
There are raisins in this.
Yes, sir.
Ah! Why did you give
There
me
should be.
raisins?
You asked for some before you dozed off?
I did.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
I have raisins. For reasons?
So you do.
Ah.
That you do.
Well, I suppose when life hands you raisins, you're only good to
You make
eat
raisinade.
them. What's Raisinade?
Raisin juice. You know, the thing that they take out of the grapes to make raisins.
Are you in there milking raisins?
No.
Raisins for grapes that already lost their juice.
That they are.
Yeah.
What do you think they do with the juice that they take out of the raisins? Don't they make raisinade with it? Similar to how they take the juice out of a lemon and make lemonade.
Guess that's technically what it should be.
Lemonade?
Hello, we are discussing Raisinade.
Would be like the
Discussion
raisin.
Raisinade. What else would
He
they
wants
do
to know
with
if you
the-
want a raisin.
with the liquids that you take out of raisins to make the raisins? You make raisinade.
You take the raisin and then you milk
Is
the
that wrong?
raisin, and then we get the big.
Okay, I
the
cannot
raisin.
understand a single word you're saying. Hold on. Can I
You
do-
take the
who are you translating?
raisin, then you milk the
You
raisin.
take the raisin
and then we get
and
the
you milk the
raisinade.
raisin. And
How
then
do you milk a
have
raisin? It's already
raisinade.
dried.
Ah, that's a
Well,
little
you milk it
secret.
in order to turn it into
Don't
a
ask
raisin.
the professional how
And
they
then you
make the
take
damn raisinade.
you take the
What are you from
the-
the corporate spy?
liquid out, and you make
You mean it's a-
raisinade, and you also make raisins.
You mean a grape?
No, it's a raisin, you fool.
Do raisins not start out as raisins?
No.
I thought they were just served dried.
What does the stand there?
He
Eat
has
the
his
stupid
dentures out.
thing.
What are you? Yeah, I'm not gonna
You
milk.
have a
Doesn't
raisin.
have his
Eat the damn
dentures.
raisin.
Okay, I'll eat the goddamn raisin.
But then my companion. Maybe you eat raisin.
Unfortunately, I would not get much value out of the raisin. But
It's-
thank you for the thought.
A dried up grape is a raisin.
Hyman,
Yeah.
Yes.
take a raisin. Eat the damn raisin.
Oh.
Do it now.
Okay.
Eat it.
I believe we were called.
Hmm?
Hello?
Hello.
I did not
Hello.
Oh, I apologize. I
Oh,
thought I heard
greetings.
our names.
believe anyone
My
called.
Would you
mistake.
like the raisin?
Well, would you like a raisin?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take a raisin.
Thank you.
Tasty.
Pardon me, a raisin.
Juicy.
Mm. Ah,
Thank
see?
you.
Not for the milk.
What?
Get the
You're
raisin.
welcome.
The two-piece raisin.
No, it's raisins are dried up by default. That's what raisins are.
Well, yes.
Would you like raisin?
You should try it. It is
But
quite
what
tasty.
do you do with the
It
with
is
the
good.
liquid
I'm
that
just
was
saying-
originally inside the raisin?
It's a-
Would they
it's
not
a
use
grape.
it to make raisinade?
It's not raisin.
Just how like how they use lemons to
dried
make lemonade.
A dried up grape is a raisin, so therefore, I mean, there's
How much
grape.
do I owe for the muffin?
1 cc. Wait,
There's
Here, take a raisin.
Did Mira not find you?
2 cc.
Hey,
Also, the muffins are
take a
2
damn
cc.
raisin.
Oh,
Take a raisin.
take a what?
Thank you.
take.
a
He's
raisin.
Okay,
handing out
okay.
raisins.
Good.
I have raisin.
Eat it.
Yes,
Right now,
it's
eat a raisin.
Oh,
Put it in your mouth and chew. There you go.
it's a raisin.
why did you? Okay.
No, we're having an argument. No,
He has
there is no
a
such thing
box
as
of
raisin
raisins.
aid because it would be grape aid instead.
I see.
I'm.
But that's the thing.
I'm.
Raisins are dehydrated, so they don't have no juice. You
How
can't
what
make juice out
happened
of
when you
raisins.
milked them then?
They can't be milked.
What?
How are they milked?
You take the damn name and then you beep more.
I guess that makes sense.
Man, you picked the random. What?
No, it's
How
I milked the
wise?
damn random.
you know maybe there is a world where a raisin can be milked.
Very good.
Maybe.
You know, I'm gonna leave him to question.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna do that too.
Have a good day.
Goodbye.
Raisin.
Or evening at this point.
Come on, take a raisin.
No, thank you.
It's a
You don't want a
raisin.
raisin?
I've already had enough to eat them full.
I can throw it in your mouth if you want.
No, thank you.
No. Open.
I
Open
think
up. Open wide. Open your damn mouth. Do it. Come on.
I did not believe she wants a
Oh,
raisin.
wow.
Now my people are afraid
There
of
she
raisins.
goes.
They make no sense.
I suppose they are.
Make my damn game.
So would it be Grapenade and not Raisinade? Then
that is correct.
I see.
Never had any of them raisins.
Where
guess I will
does
have
the
to cancel
N
my
in Grapenade
raisin
come
juice
from?
Base dishes then.
Wait, hold
Mira!
up. So,
Mara,
Mira, we are over here.
take a damn raisin.
I believe she's.
Probably not as hot as it was before, but I'd like
Welcome
to at least
back.
try to drink the coffee.
One like raisin. Raisin.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. They're pretty good.
Mm.
Now, do you know about the raisin milking?
I appreciate it. No,
You take
I
the
don't.
raisin and you squeeze and then you make the lemonade.
Isn't the point that
Sometimes
they're already
it
like
can leave it
dried out?
long in the
it would,
then
it
you
would
make
be a
raisin
grape aid, not a
wine.
raisinade.
Damn good
It
stuff,
would
the
sadly
raisin
be a
wine.
Grapenade. And not
Can you make
Raisinade.
like a raisin puree?
I thought the point was that raisins are already all like
Technically
you know,
speaking, yes.
dried
you
out.
could.
It's like fruit jerky.
It's not taking
you were to
juice out of the
blend
raisin, but
raisins-
it's still turning the raisin into a juice, or at least something close.
I guess. It would technically be closer to a smoothie, though.
Hello,
Wait.
hello everyone.
If
Yeah, at that
raisins
point, it's
are
whether
a
that's enough.
jerky,
Tonight, or is that
could
not
you
at all?
put them on a sandwich with
We
mustard?
technically
Is
could,
it
but
like?
what is it that you need?
I'm thinking about maybe getting my lunch a little early, because I might have a late night at some point. Jerky is also something we
Well, we don't have much, so I can
then you
open
make
up
the
the
whole
door so
damn
you can go
thing.
pick up a
Make for a mighty fine
sandwich.
meal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be flipping the sign, but I
You
can
said,
at least.
well, you're a bakery, not a restaurant, so maybe you won't put that on the menu, but, you know, maybe it's something about making it bump time. That's a good plan.
I
Mm-hmm.
think
Very
I'm just
good,
gonna walk
very good.
away.
Take it on the raisin on the
Enjoy-
road.
I already took. Fine, I'll take one more and that's it.
Now milk it. Milk it.
You can't milk a raisin. I already told you you can't milk a raisin. No. You cannot milk a raisin. Pass. How can you make a raisin?
And my tummy like the button, and the baby born like that. And then.
Bunny, are you doing alright?
You could possibly puree it.
Yes, I am okay.
Not like that. And you're damn agricultural
Thank you
genius.
for
You
asking.
know about making the bacon.
I may need a checkup
I
soon.
don't know how to milk
My
the raisin.
servos have been wearing down.
You will understand the noise of raisin milking when you're old.
But no, I don't know how to. No, I know how to grow plants. I don't know how to milk the raisin.
Yes. I'll have to book an appointment with the tinkerer.
No more rain.
I'm going
I
to.
think I'm okay with living my life without knowing such knowledge.
Glad you're alright.
Goodbye.
Well, that's the temple pleasure in my.
You as well. Thank you for the
ever
coffee.
get it? The temple pleasure.
Okay, right. Simple play. All right, maybe I'll consider it.
Nathan.
What?
Okay.
Megan.
Oh, him. Not
Goodbye, Muriel.
Ciao.
Take care.
Goodbye.
I'm glad that you enjoyed the raisins. So, Bun, how old were they? You did make sure to check the date on them, correct?
Of course. I would not sell an expired package of raisins.
Thank you very much. The only reason why I asked was because we do not use raisins all too much in our goods. We use them occasionally, at the very least, but not all too much.
I don't think I'm no bad.
Those raisins are perfectly fine, at least according to my sister.
They keep for a while.
They do keep for a while, as long as I know.
Especially for a, 40-something-year-old drunk. Yeah, that shit's
The main worry would be if they were years old.
You look surprisingly spry.
Yeah.
Luckily, that is not the case.
That's the entire point of raisins,
Lucky.
isn't it?
Well, I don't believe they are meant to be that old, no.
Oh, well, I'm saying that you do that to the grapes so that the raisins will stay still fresh for a while. As long
That
as
is,
you're not putting it
in fact, the case.
Unsanitary conditions.
Mm-hmm. Well, luckily, we do try and make sure that everything is, in fact, sanitary in the back, the front, and in most places around the bakery, or at least inside of the bakery.
Very
Outside, well, obviously, there's not much that we can do besides clean off the tables.
And avoid the bears, apparently.
Well, that is usually not a normal occurrence, to say the least.
In the past few weeks,
And
there's been a
at
lot
least
of
in the
different
Sebas.
animals running around.
Well, aren't they all tied to the same incident of when the
Yes.
animals escaped?
Yes.
I believe it was, from what I recall, from people going over the list of escaped animals, there was a bear, some sheep, some fish, and the raccoon, Pumpkin.
It's a little
And the
worrying that the
hedgehogs.
bear was one of the last ones caught.
And a hedgehog.
Where was a bear hiding
That is
for a week?
interesting. Well, it could
The
have been
sheep weren't
hiding
even
in
on
a-
the initial list.
in a alleyway.
Now there's the
That is true.
the zebra.
From what I had heard, yes, the zebra is not on the list either. At the very least.
I think I have tired myself out from today.
Well, don't let us
Understood.
keep you.
You all have a good day. I believe I will get
I
some
hope you have a good
shut-eye.
night, Mr. Paz.
Yes. I'll
Have
come
a
by
good
and
night,
get
sir.
some pastries tomorrow.
We will be awaiting your patronage
Good night.
Goodbye.
and farewell.
Toodaloo. Oh, man. We like to have fun here. All right. Let's run around. I'm going to run around real quick, Invisible. I just want to see what's going on. If it makes sense for Pass to pop out somewhere else. But chances are I'm gonna bounce soon here. Oh man, I was fucking yawning left and right. I love that entire thing. Impromptu comedy. It's the best. Yeah, I don't have the energy to potentially run around screaming for the next 25 minutes, yelling doom. I just don't today. Grab this. I will say, I am definitely glad to see Savage back again. I'm glad to see him return. I was somewhat under the impression that he was just going to be gone. He was done. He was out. Just out of RP in general, but good to see here that he was just, working on stuff. I'll see if he's cool with me sharing the link.
Lieutenant's kind of a hard ass, so I doubt
Did he send me? If he sent me a link.
Isaac mentioned that he had
Well, it is
experience.
always good to have
in
more
Mm.
people.
It sounded like he wanted it single boosted, so I think I might just do that anyway.
You can work on Warforged. At least, I'd say. Isn't that right, Bon?
You mentioned you did too, but not
I
the
was
same.
not listening.
It is always good to have more people who
I mean,
can
the
work
military
on
asked for
Forge.
help to find all them. It is quite a mess.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Are they just all hanging out? Like, where is everyone? Is everyone just hanging out in their dorm? Oh, what's going on? No? I mean, I guess the school is still technically open, actually, right?
Learning the chin, at the very least.
Oh, like
My
yeah,
I'd love to
family growing up.
Be funny.
Well, I have.
you know? Or is it just gonna be,
Oh,
the
my
exact
God,
copy?
for repairs?
Well, there was
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago there was
Doesn't mean
a
the
thing
Blacksmith and
about...
his boy. They do some solid
Oh
work.
yeah, see, we got the reward.
Yeah.
Rocco certainly is a good professional.
You what? What? Ah, bitch.
So what did you make again?
We made burgers.
Burgers and potatoes.
Yeah, there's butter on the side if you want to put butter in the potato. I don't know.
I don't.
We're in the fountain.
Just walking up on frickin' Sevi, Marcus, and I don't remember the third person in that little group. It's fucking hilarious. Just like walking around inside the arena and just like, yes.
It's okay. It happens.
Don't.
If you ever need help
Been
repairing
shot.
it, let me know.
Thanks. I think it works for them. I'm not sure.
It's fun being a little cryptid sometimes.
It has Sevi's coloring. Oh no. Okay.
Is this my child? That was a joke.
No,
that was a joke,
it
that
would
was a
not
joke,
be
that was a joke, that was a
yours.
joke, that was a joke,
And
that
that's
was a
the
joke,
issue.
That was a joke.
Okay, wait, because that can imply multiple things.
What is going on in here?
Primarily that whatever classifies Sevi as close to a Magibeast, combined with dirty mana, creates an actual one. Medical in the school campus. Apologies, no, not the hospital. Come a little quicker if possible. Oh no.
I knew
That
was
means someone's
fucking
close to
loaded.
being able to create a Magibeast. Okay, the general's coming now. I don't know what we're gonna do with it.
I mean,
If it wasn't important in the fact of results, we would just kill it. However, equally keeping it is horrifying as a thought.
what about Braggy? Braggy could probably get a lot from this, right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
If not slightly infuriated, we don't know about that one though.
It's just a pod. We don't, I believe, know if pods are not tameable, but equally their formation is.
I know you don't have your outfit on. I don't care. You're the general right now. Please re-explain. And do not jump to conclusions. Please re-explain.
okay. What I'm about to say is going to be a whole lot of word salad, so please forgive me. I was attempting to test a device that utilized a one-way valve system. When injected into a person's body, it was meant to flash drain blood to possibly prevent dirty mana sickness or poisons from running through an individual's system. I know that Sevi's blood has a cleaning agent or it had some kind of cleaning compound within the system that got rid of dirty mana. So I had a theory where maybe if I took that item and used it on Kane's blood, which is chock full of dirty mana, and then dropped just a little bit of Sevi's blood within it, as Sevi's blood has been known to overpower other sources, that it would consume it and maybe clean it. When I did that, it suddenly shattered in my hand, and it's been really friendly.
Whatever got Sevi into her state is a repeatable attempt. They are very close to being able to manufacture Magic Beast.
I am simultaneously so terrified of this, but also
Yeah, I'm just waiting on Ada.
really cute.
I don't know what to do with it. We shouldn't get rid of it because it's important info in general. That is what they brought up.
Knock, knock.
Do not come in.
Handle this, I'll handle
Yeah,
that.
okay. I'm gonna need Osiris at some point. Is he in there?
Yeah, busy
just
at
give
the
it
moment.
give it a minute.
What's up?
Well, we need him at the hospital. There's stuff going on with Rue.
Oh fuck. I'm okay for now, but this is extremely important. Ooh.
What is happening?
Don't just go. Just go. Do me a favor. If you see Braggy, tell him to get here immediately as soon as he can.
It's medical. It's something that we're gonna need his expertise for.
Hi, I'm here. Excuse me.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
What's going on? The hell?
Holy shit, you're not gonna believe me if I told you. Which I can't.
I will.
Have you seen Have you seen Braggy?
Yeah, keep your fucking mouth shut.
Yeah, I
What's
figured.
happening?
Jesus
What?
Just go handle what you need to. You will be told eventually. We don't have a choice, probably.
Yeah, I probably don't, given the fact
Do not
that
wait
it's
up
my
on
fucking
me.
clinic.
I will probably be busy for the rest of the night, if not at least
That's
half an
my
hour.
clinic, man. The hell?
Oh, trust me. Oh.
What's in there?
There's a really bright flash that occurred.
There's a lot of shit going on, isn't there?
This is technically a good thing.
Okay. The only way I know a pod gets in here is if it breaks in here, and that means
We have a breakthrough that others don't, and may be able to prevent multiple things.
the only
Unfortunately.
one I know. There's not more, right?
Just the one less than a day old.
This is going to be in your hands still, but we're swapping who's in it, the model.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Hello, Sevi. Do not.
Bye, sir.
Hey. You good? What happened?
Nothing. Something's pulling me here.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, Evan, if you don't mind leaving us. I'm gonna tell you.
Debbie.
Hey, Talia.
Give us a minute.
They're having a talk with Ader.
With Sevi?
Yeah, just you can't go in there right now.
It's fine. They just wanted to just try and keep up with her.
Yes.
Learning all of that.
Where did Sevi go?
There was
You're not allowed to.
to enter Zoom.
Yeah. Alright. They're good.
I mean, what?
We need you to not anyone without permission, okay?
I know.
I'm going to let you in there. It's just Lazarus over there, aside from one other thing. But you cannot talk about this to anyone until we give you permission.
Okay.
Good.
Ader, come here.
I'm letting her over.
Doctor, or fuck, sir, I got Braggy.
Raisins. That has your coloring.
I'm right here. I'm not going in. They just told me not to go in.
I know, I just also don't want you going.
Okay, hey.
I'll be okay.
Equally, that goes for you. You already understand that.
Let me explain.
Whatever experiments they
With
ran,
the syringe that I had,
results we couldn't have
I knew that your blood has a cleansing agent within it for dirty mana. Remember when I said that I think your blood had the key to cure it?
Keep them from coming in.
Yeah. Lock the door as well.
Shoo. Shoo. Out. Shoo. Shoo.
Was everything okay at the hospital?
Out.
I didn't even get a chance to go.
These motherfuckers. All these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. What are you all doing? What are you all doing?
I can go in their stead. I do not know how long they will take because they're having to re-explain some situations.
I just we'll lose it.
You know how these things are.
They got it, Anthony.
Now that I know, yes. Is this dirty mana specific?
What are we doing?
We're standing here menacingly
taking my
until
eyes off
everything
that
clears
door.
up.
Yeah, no, I don't blame
It
you.
is under control.
Both the general and Braggy are in there.
Yeah.
At least we know what she was looking for now.
The fact that this
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Why?
Evan, are you standing in the way for a reason?
He was asked to.
I just.
Evan
I
can't stop me
was
if he wanted to.
You.
He should not be standing in the way. It won't do anything except make him look like a fool.
Evan, I did tell you not to wait up for me. You do not need to assist.
It is not you.
I'm not saying that it is me. It is something like me.
No, I'm not
I
fucking
was
with Aether.
trying to dissuade people from, coming over here.
Unlucky for you, those fuckers are allowed.
I feel that so much you don't even fucking understand. That's been my whole fucking day.
So here's how this is gonna go.
Yep.
All of you, off campus now.
Okay.
No questions.
Is this what's... Can I get Osiris, please? I need him.
You are not doing this no
Feel that
question
sound.
bullshit.
No.
I am.
Stitch, I will make sure.
Can I
you
have
get to the
Osiris, please?
hospital.
I really need Osiris.
This will be
Keep that in
handled-
mind.
Osiris.
It's the expectation
Yes,
that
you
we're
should.
just to follow orders, always.
Yes.
Right now, no. But I wish for you to. You will be informed
So
and caught up
Advise what
in
you
the
need to.
future.
If they
I
need
do not
you,
care how you
be
view
here.
me
If
after this
not,
because of
you're
this,
good.
but you don't understand. And you will wait to.
Fair enough. This has a habit of happening. You'll find out later. I just hope later isn't an emergency. And everyone suffers.
Grab.
How they trying to force it.
Pull. I'm grabbing you now.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear what I said. And I'm telling you to leave, so you will do so.
Come on, Firebear.
Control your emotions. If you can't, we might have to train that as well.
Marcus,
But
come on.
distract.
Make sure you let everybody know.
Are you sure?
I will.
Absolutely sure. That pod won't try to kill Osiris the second you're not holding it.
It went up to my foot and it nuzzled against it.
Understood.
Do not enter back unless you are allowed to.
As much as I can't say anything.
There's no way you're getting me to leave.
They do have it under control from what the
I
fuck
don't
is
give
going
a
on.
fuck. Why is one here?
I
In the
think that's
school
what
of
they're
all
talking
things.
about.
And they can't include
To
us.
what? Literally,
Shut up,
from
Evan.
what I know.
Shut up!
Congregate down by the
Why?
statue.
Because you have
They
nothing
want people to.
but fucking nothing to say ever.
What are you talking
You never
about?
say anything
We are
useless
not permitted
or
to be
useful.
this close to. We are not
Yeah,
permitted
we're
to be this
leaving.
close
We're
to
going.
campus.
We're going. We're just talking right now. So there's a pod in there. Just in there.
Just in there.
Oh.
And we're supposed to be
noted.
fine with it because
That explains the
they're in there.
caution. Not
With
That
Savvy.
would explain why they want us to leave.
Sent Savvy off. Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that they decided to use her as a sniffing dog for pods then. If it got 10 and they didn't say anything to anybody. You're right.
Would you rather they all act like you?
Fuck you.
That is not anatomically possible.
Not worth it.
The hell?
I wonder
can
why he's
understand
so
the
unstable.
frustration a bit, but
But I'm not going to. I wouldn't.
Entrance, that is the important thing. For our safety and his.
Yes, it would be unfortunate if he were detained.
well, hopefully he learns to temper himself before going out amongst the others.
And then when would be like a good idea for
What if I became the Doom guy and came up and just was like dooming at him right now? Just directly at him. That would be fucking funny.
yes.
We always have them in stock, so that is usually because we have to make them for Professor Richard.
soon. But even then, it is a good idea to push
he
them.
has about them. They must be good.
Thought of the door
my-
past this.
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
This seems more your sped.
Trying to see if I should be complimented by that or not. Oh. Oh.
It's comfortable.
Yeah.
It's
What are you doing in my room?
Yeah.
Mm.
Why'd you?
Don't worry about it. Come on.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry, and I'll do it again in a heartbeat. Alright, let's go.
starting to feel like I'm following around a
used to
crazy
be an
person.
upstairs, but there was
He does.
Even coming down to the whole following orders, no questions. That's not us. That's military.
It is military. It is. Quest. It's a request that would have been met with bodily violence if we didn't follow it, so it's not a request at all.
So is that what differs us from the military then? If we disobey orders, we get socked in the face?
I feel like it's less than a socking in the face, at least.
Why in the school?
Experimentation, probably. And they did not see fit to tell us, and instead got lucky that Sevi is there, I guess.
Oh man, do they have that all sorts of wrong.
She's ready to go.
Okay. Well. Okay. Why?
Where are we fighting? Where am I fighting, Laz? Where are we doing the training? What? What?
Fighting Laz. What the fuck?
What?
Here,
It's
I can.
nighttime, right?
Isaac, I can take this stuff. I can take it. I can here. I've got it.
Be fighting, right?
Me and Milo will take all of this.
Yeah,
to
we're
get
meeting
going.
here.
I can't
It's
really
okay.
stand around though with this food on my head.
Causing panic to those who are not already present.
Even permitted to live.
The building. There's so much that we don't know about it yet.
Our whole thing, that technically breaks it too. Just having them here training applies the same logic, Bragg. That's what makes it hard. Though that may not be sentient, we don't know if it will be.
Please update me. Why is there a pod in the medical bay? Is it contained?
First of all,
Thank you.
Figuring out cures and fixes to things over the mountains of bodies that they stand on.
Since you're the first, I read a story one time.
a combination of Sevi and Cain in order to try and purify a small container of dirty mana poison blood.
So 7K made a little pod, baby.
Magic beast to purify. However, upon dropping it,
A little Potterino, boo boo. Aw, this can't even know he's the father.
And get rid of them.
Like she was born for this in a way. The way you put it.
She was crying.
Have a wild look in your eye. You need to take some deep breaths and tell me what the fuck is happening. I need you calm and collected.
In that clinic that should not be there. Things like that being in here is what causes things to happen. It's what made Sevi act the way she did. And I heard her crying.
Y'all don't even fucking know anything, do you?
Then you need to stand down, Talia. You would be out of line to do anything now.
Comment. He's the one who made the comment. He said I can't control myself either. So I'm gonna prove him right. If that's what he thinks.
By what? Slugging him in the cheek? The fuck does that prove to anybody?
I don't know.
It proves he's right. You need to calm down, Talia, Firebird. Deep breaths. Now. This can be discussed.
Deep breaths, Talia. Fucking falls apart.
It's something else. There's a pod in there.
I gotta come back out, don't I?
But it's
Noted.
not an excuse.
All right. We're gonna make a pass through, and we'll see what happens. Evening.
Evening.
that, and I wanted to get past Laz and whatever was happening in the clinic.
With you forever.
I just wanted to hit him.
I've got my man.
And I guess it just reacted.
Is there a
You've been
problem
meditating
here?
a lot with it.
No. I'm good.
You seem to be rather glowy today.
Just got a little overheated. My core and I guess, had different ideas.
Got that taken a look at before it melts something inside of you. Jump in the fountain if you need to cool off, I suppose.
I didn't even realize how close I was.
Well, it's only ankle high at best. Good evening, Professor.
Still not a professor, but evening.
Forgive me.
Talia has her own raisins. Don't wrap her in with this.
Policy
You want to
is
know
not
why
made for
Talia
just
did it,
one
then you ask
person.
her.
It is made for all people in an organization.
What is all this?
Not just
Security
the Polygraph,
situation, Paz.
but the
You
Kings
may wish
and
to
the
speak with
Dickers.
Ader at the top
What
of
it
the
is,
hill.
Paz. It's a lot.
A lot, and we're not being told, so you might want to go ahead, since you have the security clearance to find out, I suppose.
And why do I look
Yes,
like
he
you're
does.
ready to fight something?
Because we're a little worried, or I'm a little worried, about what might be in
Well,
there. Is
we're all a
When
little
allegedly.
he's
alarmed, to be
angry, he
honest with you.
says things he does not mean.
Most people do. I don't think
That's
that's
true.
uncommon.
Oh.
But
No,
Do
Dick.
not
I
let
do
things get ahead of
agree
you.
with-
Whatever it is you think may be happening, and I have no idea what that is. Do not forget.
Oh, there's no think about it. We know what's happening.
There's
Kinda.
always more to things than you
There's
see.
a pod inside, we are pretty sure.
Ah, curious.
I recommend to speak with Ader.
I'd agree with Dickory that security clearance is important here, and restricting information and making sure there is no.
I was on my way back to pick up some papers I forgot. Why does it
You're
look like
fine
half
too. You are a warden.
students are
Candidates are not
trying
allowed
to
in.
I'm
fight
not here
everything?
to push past you and like, let me in, Ader. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just.
I know. That's why I'm
I
stepping
just wanna
forward so we
hear
can talk.
If there's any goddamn inch of info you can give me. Good God, it's a mess back there.
Everyone's so hot-headed these days.
Ader, I respect you. Can I just ask why we're not being told anything?
Hayden,
For now,
Hello,
we're
boss.
gonna wait on that.
why does it look like half the
don't
candidates
worry.
are
I'm
about
just-
to
Don't
try
even
to
think about
fight
doing it
Ader out
unless you
there?
inform Valdris first and foremost.
I wouldn't know all the details.
Don't want them
I believe they have the details inside, but in the meantime, it seems that something occurred, and we need to be on standby. We're gonna go get something to eat.
Oh, Hayden, it is past my bedtime. Don't do this to me today.
Cyrus? Just keep an eye on there, Alex.
How alone were you?
A lot of things happen.
Yeah. Okay. Now do that one I was expecting. Let's go. Let's go do a fucking drink.
What are you thinking?
Let me inform you.
Sevy?
I cannot stress this enough.
Cranberry vodka.
That does not
I'm
make
best.
sense, please. At all.
He's dead.
I do not want to hear a slip up of this. I'll be very upset if I do.
Alright, come on. Let's leave this place now.
Just hope the other candidates who figured it out don't let it slip either.
Everybody out there is talking about pods, by the way.
Yes, they are. They know what happened.
I don't know what happened. What in the dickens? Hello? Knock, knock.
Yes.
You get point. You get point directly.
I did not see his hand. Thank you, though.
Somebody want to explain what in the world happened tonight?
I imagine you'll be explained, especially considering you're one of the head researchers around here. It may not be now, it may be closer to your next faculty meeting, and that may be soon. But as much as I'd like to assume, I'm allowed to say I'm not going to step that bound unless I'm given permission to. I hope you understand.
Oh, bureaucracy every time.
Thank you, Scarlet.
Of course. I hope you enjoy it.
Greetings, Paz.
Evening.
Oh.
I'm gonna go take a walk.
I forgot to give Yuri a
Mind if I join?
Come along.
Take care.
double chocolate fudge brownie.
Oh, thank you.
There's some extra food at the
Two
door.
of these.
Tell Sebby when you get back. All right.
Double the chocolate.
What an odd night.
So it seems.
There have been more of those as of late.
I'm going back to sleep.
None quite to the severity of this.
Theodore?
I pause?
You two in a tizzy as well?
Trying to keep a
Not as
tizzy down,
much,
to be honest
sir.
with you.
Very good. Half your students seem to want to punch something today.
I noticed. That's why I was here to say stop it a little bit, to be honest.
That's why I brought the brownies, sir.
Very good.
I think the brownies helped a little bit.
I did, I think.
They
Get everyone's
generally
mind off it.
do. Pastries are a way to go about things.
What was that?
I said a
A
pastries
methodology. Now, can you picture
them.
light infused pastries? What if someone made like a like a baking tray
At least
arms?
they're not
What about that?
glowing anymore.
Baking tray arms.
Paz,
Yes.
but extremely stupid question. Are you a mechanics instructor, or can you work with machinery? Or forged and stuff?
Much. No. Why?
Fuck. Okay, can you point me to a few who can? There's been an emergency.
Another one.
Dickory, I believe, are both mechanics. They're both by the school right now.
Understood. Thank you. I'll go grab them.
What is happening tonight?
Did I hear that right? Know. Is that what I think it is? You said another one.
What?
Was another one found?
Oh, we were saying
I
it's
don't-
another weird thing going on tonight. I don't even
Oh,
know
yeah,
half
Oh,
what's going on
that
myself.
too. Oh, welcome to the club, I guess. Never mind then.
Sorry.
Hickory.
That's right.
Nursery rhymes that get mixed up in my head. We should go.
Hi, let's go.
Oh, they're running off as fast as they are. Leave them one other.
What in the fuck is even going on?
And Bunny a lot of people on them right now.
hospital now.
A lot of people are attending them right now. That's why I needed to run and find Hickory and Dickory. Milo was just here. We just had pushed them away before they came around that corner. I'm so fucking happy we were here.
Milo is there.
Do you have any idea why this place is a madhouse tonight?
No idea.
Oh, well. Have a good night, Mira.
Well, considering the attack that just happened, you just missed the body.
What? Do you mean attack?
Inside there. I have wardens inside there, but it seems
What
like
do you-
a tent. No, unfortunately not. But unfortunately, it looks like one of the bakers was, attacked.
Oh my.
This doesn't bode well.
Fuck is happening?
What if I don't, Kehar? What if I walk extra slow? What if I walk the exact speed that my character walks? What happens then? I'm curious. How long have you been a bitch for? I'm curious about this. Just a question. I feel like that's a fair exchange of questions that we got him here. You know? I get to know how long you've been a bitch for, then I can tell you how long I've been walking. That sound fair? Because that seems like a pretty equal questioning set over there, yeah? I mean, you're literally the one who comes in here and tells me to walk faster. So, how exactly did you think this exchange was going to go? It's a pretty easy answer. I've been walking for longer than you've been banned for. Wow, look at that! Self-fulfilling prophecies. Holy shit.
Central target.
It's really amazing how you can not live your life like a complete dick.
Ease of access. Seems to be it.
Next time, think about the way you phrase your questions. Yeah.
Can you radio in the description to the other wardens?
You know I'm terrible with descriptions, right?
You're gonna go to
I
chat
can remember
first time.
what it looks like in my head with the words. They don't come out of me so well.
The first thing you ask is just an insanely rude.
I don't know.
I don't even ask. Demand.
I'm gonna go check on.
I live just in the Belheim. Are you investigating the shooting?
Yes, the incident.
Okay. Well, I live just here.
All right.
Thank you.
And then claim loud. Lordy, people do not know how to act anymore.
From what I can
Hey,
tell,
what's
the
up?
assailant had
Go
gotten
home.
away.
All right, let's go. Yeah.
However, the two them are in a hospital right now.
It's such a weird question too, because like,
We're trying to get up as much of the
why
evidence
do
for
you
further
give a
inspection as
fuck?
we can.
Mars, where's Gregory?
So weird. Anyway,
You too.
Hello.
You're reporters of the Reinhardt Chronicles, are you?
Yes, that is correct.
Fantastic. My name is Gregory Cabello. I'm the head tradesman of the Cordillo family. I'd like to make a little bit of report for you both.
moving on. What is happening now?
For the catching of the forge breaker. Whoever finds the proper head, whoever finds the person with evidence who is the forge breaker.
I think you all might want to go back to your dorms.
Missing fingers, proper evidence.
I'm assuming you want a bare minimum.
Understood, sir.
To the dorms.
Alright, so go.
Get everyone to the dorms.
I want proof.
Yes.
Aurelio.
Check to make sure there's no one out
Mention magic site.
This town is going cray cray. Did he finish talking with, I don't think we ever pressed...
Really need to give this information to him at the moment, even though I didn't give you anything. You are to do this behind very tightly closed doors. If I were to suggest, it would be on campus, and more than likely in that office. Vultuses. No
Yes, sir.
outside of that.
Understood, sir. I'll wait until the school is open in the morning.
Yeah, it was like a brazen attack.
Understood.
I want Vultures to be there for that.
Although, at that point, you gotta wonder if it's a copycat.
Is it worthy for you to know? Then he will tell you.
Understood, sir. Very well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your trust. Dismissed.
If I may make one final request. I want to spar with you at some point, sir. I fear that I am in need of a significant amount of practice before I attempt a Magic Beast again. And I cannot rightfully ask my fellow candidates if I can drain their mana for practice.
Smart on that. So here's what I'll do for you. Since this is in private, I can actually speak up a little bit. For some reason, it won't let me to. There we go. So what I'll do for you... Let's say next week. Next week. Would you prefer to be before or after your classes?
Let's do it before.
School should definitely be roped off.
There's a lot of
Right in the
people in
middle of
here.
everything.
Oh no, there's a way.
Because it's like, so if you think about it, like, if you have a killer, right, and then notorious killer that's known for a single thing, and their MO is always the same thing, if suddenly someone does kind of the same thing, but, like, in a more sloppy way, it's oftentimes because it's a copycat.
Aside from
Because it's like, or somebody trying to, somebody trying to hide their own intentions under the guise of the other person, right? Because it's like, okay, like, you know, if everyone knows that there's this guy who goes around killing Warforged, and they do it, always do it a certain way, if you can make it look close enough to that,
Don't suppose he
I
saw
told you I
anybody run
heard
by looking awfully suspicious.
then you can hide your own intentions
I heard
underneath
him,
the
but-
other person.
Yeah, like a cocking of a gun. I couldn't tell you where or what direction though.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Mm.
Well, I guess with that, the bar is closed, so we're probably just gonna have to get our alcohol from the dorm.
The bunks,
I remember what I saw.
Specifically,
That's a damn shame.
a lot of talks could be very clear.
Let me do this for my own values. Throw in there the I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's like, think about it. Like, if you're somewhere in this city and you fucking hate a Warforged, or you have some reason to kill one, and you do it, everybody goes, "The Warforged killer has struck again." But like, you know, you do it in in a little bit different way. All right. I think things have calmed down for the most part.
The situation.
Oh my god. I'm gonna retire a little early. So thanks for hanging out today, y'all.
And I took a wrong turn and ended up going down towards the general store and the bakery.
I started doing weightlifting again yesterday and like muscles in pain.
Lady standing outside.
Ugh.
Gunshot or something
Do you
that
mind
sounded
a
like
walk to
a
the
gunshot go
entertainment
off.
district?
I saw him run towards the door. By all means. You're inside.
Anywho,
What is it?
this next week should be kind of a potentially 4-1 for me between the Nuzlocke and Genshin, and then hopefully new character. So thanks for hanging out. Goodbye, YouTube. Let me end the recording and see if there's someone to send you guys off to. We should have someone to send you guys off to.